fairy tale. You can take the future, even if you fail. I believe in angels, something good in everything I see. I believe in angels, when I know the time is right for me, I'll cross the street. I have a dream, a fantasy, to help me through reality. And my destination makes it worthwhile, pushing through the darkness till another light. I believe in angels, something good in everything I see. I believe in angels, when I know the time is right for me, I'll cross the street. I have a dream, I'll cross the street. I have a dream.
India's new education policy and Nipun Bharat mission have given the highest importance to foundational literacy and numeracy. The classic problem in education has been speed, the speed of learning. Even after 3 years of schooling, most children do not know how to read, write, or do basic numeracy. Without these skills, children lag behind and eventually lose interest. But there is a new disruptive research-based pedagogy that is making a huge difference. ALfA, or Accelerating Learning for All. ALfA has shown it is possible to make children learn foundational skills within months and not years. Oral reading fluency follows from the ability to read in the first place. ALfA pedagogy has been incorporated in the Global Dream Toolkits, an online learning app called Literacy Now. Lessons are broken down into half-page modules. Children work in pairs. The children take turns to ask questions from each other and answer them. The teacher does not teach. Instead, the teacher reads out the prompts which tell the children what their task is.
उसी में के क्वेश्चन है, ठीक? दो लोग बैठे हो, एक जगह क्वेश्चन पढ़ेगा और दूसरा उसका क्या देगा?
The results from this process-led transformation is that learning explodes. It is also a joyful learning process. Global Dream Toolkits are now available in 15 Indian languages. They can easily be replicated in other languages. ALfA has begun to be implemented in many states and districts of India. We are now working in 2 of the 10 low-performing districts of India as identified by the Ministry of Education. These are Shambli in Uttar Pradesh and Sambalpur in Orissa. The goal is to bring the results in these 2 districts up before the next National Achievement Survey in March 2023. We are taking the challenge up. We have also begun work in Jharkhand and Mizoram, among others. Our target is making the ALfA pedagogy the modus of teaching in the future so that it becomes an integral and systemic part of education by which every child learns.
Well, a very, very warm welcome to all of you. It's fantastic to have you joining us from around the world, and we are warmly welcoming you from Lucknow, India. My name is Tom Delaney. I'm originally from Australia, but I've been here in India for many years, and it's a great joy and a privilege to be with you today. I'm also joined here by Dr. Sunita Gandhi, the founder of Devi Sansthan, and we are really excited to be bringing to you a 3.5-hour training today about foundational literacy and numeracy, and a new technique, a new approach, which really revolutionizes this key issue, this huge problem that the world is facing of so many children and adults being unable to read and write. So we are very, very excited to be with you today. Before I hand it over to Dr. Gandhi, I would like to ask all of us to please introduce ourselves in the chat. So if you could just post your name, where you're from, and also approx how many years you've been working in education. It will be lovely to get to know each other a little bit. So we're going to have a very highly interactive training today. There's going to be lots of space to interact through the comments, through the chat. There's going to be lots of audience polls. We'll be asking a question of you very soon as an audience poll. But first, let's just introduce each other, introduce ourselves in the chat. So if you can just share your name, where you are from, and how many years you've been involved in education. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Sunita while we're waiting for you to all introduce yourselves. Sunita, why don't you introduce yourself as well and how you're coming to this key issue of literacy and numeracy.
Thank you, Tom. Indeed, a very warm welcome to all of you. We are gathered here from different corners of the world and very far away from India, as well as from India. And delighted to have you with us on this journey of exploring what makes for a better education and what makes for a faster and swifter and more effective foundational literacy and numeracy. So I think that we can all agree that the status quo is not good. Teachers are working very hard, yet the results are not as we would expect. There is a need for transformation. But what does that transformation look like? It's not just a collection of some good ideas. It's not just change at the margins. It's not just lighter school bags. It's not just, tinkering with certain ideas in our minds. All of those are necessary, and improvements are a important watchword for our education systems around the globe. But I think at this point in time, we can agree what we need is disruption. What we need is transformation. What we need is a groundbreaking new pedagogy that is based on completely new principles and that produces a completely different outcome. So what does that look and feel like? We will discover today. And we would love to have you throughout this journey of 3.5 hours. We're going to cover both literacy and numeracy in just 3.5 hours. Initially, we were doing our MOOT training for 2 3.5-hour sessions, but we've found a way to make it even more effective and efficient in this time frame. At the end, as we will remind you once in a while, there's going to be a wonderful quiz, which has been provided on a platform called Quizzes, an app that has 54 million users across the world. And we're delighted that they have partnered with us to provide this quiz, very fun, interactive quiz. It has 2 types of questions. One that relate to what we're talking about. So please listen carefully, interact as much as you can on the chat, as well as polls and in different other ways, like we're going to do some activities. And also we are going to have questions in the quiz that are not necessarily based on our pedagogy, but they are related to your opinion of things. So there, nothing is correct or wrong. And in fact, there are often multiple choices which may be correct. So just don't answer one and move on. Answer as many as apply. So I really look forward to your comments at the end. But one good thing that will happen at the end also that you will, is that you will get a certificate. And if you're listening carefully, participating very well, and at the end, when you get on that platform, you will also get more than one chance to answer things correctly. And you'll be able to, therefore, get your scores up. And we want all our children to get their scores up. We want everyone to do well. And I think all of you will do well in this particular quiz. And we want you to get at least 80%, so you can all get a certificate of accomplishment, which is for 80% and above. We also hope you can get at least a participation certificate that is 50% and above, and then work towards the 80% and above in your spare time. Because these videos will be up on YouTube, and you can watch them anytime and upgrade your skills. And you can also go back to the Zoom link and I'm sorry, the link for the quiz, and improve your scores and get that wonderful certificate. Certificates are just an acknowledgement. That's not the reason you come to training. You come to training because you want to help your children succeed more, and you're giving your precious time, mostly from your own time. You're here to help make that reality possible. So welcome on board, and delighted to have Tom with us. Tom is a volunteer trainer who's been with us with Devi Sansthan for about 5 years, and he's super dedicated and very talented and absolutely the topper in his class in the past. I've never been a topper, so we have between us a nice combination of impact. We hope one who can empathize with you much more, and one who can show off his great skill.
Not at all. No. But
so we're delighted to have you with us. Yes, please continue.
It's fantastic that I'm seeing lots of you are introducing yourselves in the comments. So I'd like to request our technical team to also highlight some of those comments, pin them at the bottom of the screen. So I see that we've got Ganesh here from Upai Moda. Shubham is there from Nagpur. Vandana is there from Bangalore. So many people there from different states, different cities of India. I saw earlier, 360 Hub is from Norway. Very warm welcome to you as well. And Amardeep is from Nagpur. That's great. So Orissa, we've got Madhaba from Orissa. So lots of different states of India. I saw earlier somebody introduced themselves from Kenya. Oh, that's Sophia. If you go back down again, Sophia Wabosha from Kenya. Fantastic. Really fantastic to be having you with us today. Wherever you're from, in India or abroad, it's fantastic to have you with us.
So we have Badrinath Thakur from Odisha. We've got from Jharkhand, Niraj. We've got Dr. Saket Singh from Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. We've got Bhanu Kumar Umalia from Madhya Pradesh. And yes, I mean, it is a nice long list. So we really warmly welcome all of you to this training. As people get in, because it's not easy to get into this particular link. So as you get in, we'll be having more people joining us. Right.
So I'd just like to pull up my PowerPoint, please, because now we want to do another interaction with you. We want to try an audience poll, right? So this is a nice feature in YouTube. So we want to ask you an important question. If I just flick forward a couple of slides, please. So what percentage of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries do you think are able to read a simple text? If we just go forward one more slide, please. This is the question for you today. Don't Google it, right? We just want to hear your opinion. What do you think? In low and middle income countries around the world, so that includes probably most of the countries we're joining us from today, India, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and more. In low and middle income countries, what percentage of 10-year-olds do you think can read or cannot read? Sorry, what percentage cannot read? Whoops. What percentage cannot read? And in fact, I think I've got this confused. Okay. I do apologize. Please respond. What percentage can read?
No, it's
we've got this a bit tangled up here. So I do apologize.
Right. Okay.
Please respond as the poll is there. So you can see the poll. What percentage do you think can read?
10-year-olds.
What percentage of 10-year-olds can read? I apologize for my slide here. That's my mistake. Always got a technical issue here. So we just want to hear your thoughts on this, because we are facing, as it stands, we are facing a literacy crisis, right? We are facing a problem of massive proportions. We want to know your opinions on what the proportions of this problem are. So we've got 22 votes. That's fantastic. If you're not able to see the vote, please just check it's on the right side of your screen where there's the top chat. You should be able to see there's an audience poll feature there. So just have a look. There's the audience poll. Guess what percentage of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries can read a simple text? There was a recent report from the World Bank on this issue of learning poverty globally. So we want to hear your guess, and we'll be closing the poll very shortly. But let's move forward with the presentation. Keep voting, right? And we'll share you the answer in a couple of minutes. So again, looking at the slide, yep. So moving forwards. So this is when Dr. Sunita approached this question about 10 years ago. She came up with this series of seemingly impossible questions, right? Can children learn to read in weeks, not years? Can children learn to read by themselves or with each other rather than a teacher teaching them? Can even kids as young as 5 or 6 learn to read a newspaper? Or is it the case that our traditional education system is actually dumbifying our students? So it's a series, it seems impossible, perhaps, it seems very difficult, but the program that we've come up with, Accelerating Learning for All, is there to make the seemingly impossible possible. So we'll be sharing you lots of videos today, we'll be doing lots of activities together, and hopefully we'll be able to convince you that this is indeed possible and this can happen in your classroom. So the way we think about this, if you consider any technology, right, be it communication technology, medical technology, transport technology, any technology has changed a lot over the last 50 or 100 years. For example, phones, right? 50 years ago, everybody in the world had a landline phone. Well, not everybody, but those who could afford it, those who could afford it had a landline phone, right? But nowadays, nobody has a landline phone, pretty much nobody, right? Everybody has shifted to smartphones. And here in India, I work in slum areas, right? In areas that are quite impoverished. And even there, the majority of people these days have smartphones. So this has been a drastic transformation in the field of communication technology. But the question is, where is that transformation in education, right? Sadly, if we look at education 50 years ago, 100 years ago, we compare that to today, it's quite similar, really. It's very much the same. Or if you see classes of kids facing the teacher, listening passively, recording things in the notebook, it's really quite similar. So that's the goal of today's session, is to discuss what this paradigm shift is, right? There's been a paradigm shift in many other technologies. It's time for that paradigm shift in education. So that's what we're hoping to present to you today. I see that 34 people have voted so far. That's fantastic. I think quite a few more people are viewing. So if you haven't voted yet, please do vote. Don't worry if you get the right or wrong answer. That's not the issue at all. We just want to hear your opinion on what you think the proportion of this crisis is. In terms of the structure of today's session, we're going to have a brief discussion on the scale of the literacy crisis and why accelerating learning is so important. We're going to look at the core principles of ALfA. So that's Accelerating Learning for All. We're going to look at how this program works. And then we'll go for a bit more detail in both literacy and numeracy. We'll be looking at the structure of these books. So if I hold these books up to the camera, right, these are the books. We'll be looking at the structure of these books. We'll also be doing lots of activities together with you. So I hope you've got some pen and paper with you, and you'll need some counters later on today. We've got ice cream sticks and matchsticks for ourselves. You can be using any counters at all for doing some numeracy activities. So we'll be doing lots of activities together, activities which you can take and immediately do in your classroom. And then finally, if we look back at that slide, finally, we'll also be considering how ALfA inculcates the 8 C skills, right? We've talked a bit about the 6 C skills in the past. Now we've added 2 more, right? But these key 21st century skills of creativity, communication, critical thinking, how ALfA builds these skills, right? Because it's not just about literacy and numeracy, it's also about those 21st century skills. And then right at the end, we'll be talking about the roles of an ALfA teacher. As a teacher in ALfA, your role is quite different from a traditional teacher. Traditional teacher is mainly there to instruct, to lecture, but an ALfA teacher has a very, very different role indeed. So we'll be looking at that. Okay, I think if we move forwards, it'll be it's going to be a very highly interactive training, right? So it's fantastic that so many of you have responded already in the chat. We'll be doing lots of those sorts of questions. We'll be doing lots of audience polls. So please be active there. You will need some counters, as I mentioned. So it could be beans, nuts, leaves, shells, anything. For our numeracy session coming up in a while, we'll do some activities together. So please get yourself some counters, 2 different types of counters to be used as 10s and 1s. And as Sunita mentioned, please do stay for the quiz at the end. It's a fun, interactive quiz, and you'll be getting certificates. You'll also be getting access to the ALfA e-learning materials for you to be able to use immediately in your classrooms. So it's a power-packed session. It's going to be a lot of fun. I want to hand back over to Sunita to discuss a little bit about the scale of the literacy crisis and to reveal to you the answer to this question that you've been voting on. So next slide.
Okay, so after the COVID, United Nations, World Bank, all the international agencies got together and they estimated that about 70% of the children that are age 10 in the low and middle income countries cannot read, write, or do basic arithmetic. They cannot read with understanding, and they are incapable of working with the foundational skills that every child must have. Like to also point out that the adults that are illiterate around the world are estimated to be around 770 million. In some countries, the literacy levels for children are less than 10%. That means 90% of the children in these countries, some of them are in sub-Saharan Africa, you can guess which. Some are in Asia, and perhaps you are not. I was surprised when I heard about the Philippines, for example, or the Congo in Africa. So their literacy rate is just 10%. Which is a crying shame. And of course, a lot of it is because of the COVID, but we can't say it's just because of the COVID. It is also because of the reason for it. Also, before the COVID, the literacy rate was less than 70%. Just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I cannot see anything.
You've got it here as well. Keep going.
हमको होना चाहिए not age है ना what's age है ना PPT नहीं होना चाहिए
Okay.
Alrighty. So anyway, can you just walk over and tell this guy? Alright. So basically, wanted to sorry about that.
ठीक है. PPT को अभी के लिए हटा दो. मैम को अपना
to see us, and I think that we're having some technical issues. So we'll be alternating between the PPT and being able to see us, because some of you might be on small mobiles. It'll be very difficult. Basically, I wanted to say that the situation before the COVID was not actually a rosy picture either. We cannot say that in 2019 that it was far better. In Asian countries, it was around that time 56 or 57%, depending on the country, and in Africa also around 70-80%. So we need to question ourselves a lot. We are kind of in the mill. We're so busy doing what we are doing in our classes, and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. The policymakers are busy doing their policy work. The teachers are busy, completing their coursework. Nobody's really thinking out of the box. Maybe some people are, but they're not like at the widespread level. And but for doing the different thing, because we must do something dramatically different, otherwise we'll continue with the status quo. And what is that dramatically different has to be done by taking some risk. If we don't take risk, we don't go forward. And what is the kind of risk? For example, the parents will say something about this, if you do it like this or not like that. What will happen in 10 years from now, if they don't know this or don't know that? Actually, the fact is that we need to innovate, we need to disrupt, we need to think much harder than we have done so far about the situation in the world with education. It's not just about literacy and numeracy, though that is the first peg and the most important peg. It's about education as a whole. And so what would be those different things that we need to do? You'll be, of course, learning about them. But for example, there are the reading wars. We know about how language is taught around the globe in most of the world through whole language. So it's like how we speak, we learn to read. But actually, that's not working. Because it has many sight words, because you remember the image of the particular word, but you're not actually decoding and reading. And yet majority of the world is still using that. Though more recent data has shown that phonics is working better. So that's the second approach. You've got the first approach, the whole language. The second approach, that's the phonics approach, which is doing a lot better. But between the two, we still don't have literacy. Between the two, we still don't have what we really need. So we needed to work harder at the solutions and take bigger risks. And that's why we came up with ALfA, which we are calling Accelerating Learning for All, or ALfA. So ALfA is a third way. So what is the third way? We've always known it's good to work with known to the unknown. So children know their environment, they know everything in the environment. That's known to them. Can we use that knowledge to then scaffold the rest of learning and create it from first level of knowledge that they have to a new knowledge, connect the two, and then make the next cognitive connection, the next cognitive connection. And that's how ALfA came out to be, known to unknown. So I hand over to Tom for the next thoughts.
Great. So if I just pull up my PowerPoint again, I think many of you have voted now. 44 votes have come in. Great. So it's time to reveal the answer as we go on to the next slide. So shockingly, 70% of children cannot read in low and middle income countries. If we can close the audience poll now to see what the results have been, and we'll see what you voted. Yeah, many of you said 70% can read. Okay, right? So in reality, shockingly, only 30% can read, 70% are unable to read. This was a recent report by the World Bank, right, called the State of Global Learning Poverty 2022 update. So this is shocking. Now, of course, like Sunita shared, this has been exacerbated by COVID. COVID has dealt a big blow. Schools have been shut for a long time. But even before the COVID crisis, some 57% were unable to read. And this is absolutely shocking. And as educators, it's our job, it's our duty to do something drastically different, because it's unacceptable for over half of kids in classes to not be able to read, especially by being 10 years old. That means they've been in school for 4 or 5 years. So that's really shocking that so many kids who've been in school for 4 or 5 years are unable to read. So that's what today's session is all about, because if we see the next slide too, if we just continue with the current methods, it's not going to be enough, right? The World Bank has estimated that even if we keep going with business as usual, right, gradual improvements, by 2030, there will still be 43% of 10-year-olds unable to read. So that's still a huge number. So we need a drastic transformation. We need a very different form of education to ensure that every child is able to read, write, and do basic arithmetic. So that's what that different form of education is. That's what we're here to discuss with you today. So as we move forwards, we're going to be showing you a video, right? Very soon we're going to be showing you a video. I would like you to request you to watch it carefully. We'll be asking you some questions about it in the chat afterwards, right? We want to especially know, do you think it's possible? Can children, 7-year-olds, grade 2 students, can they read with fluency, right? With like 120 words per minute or more? Can they read their own textbooks with understanding? Can they multiply 3-digit by 1-digit numbers? Can they subtract 4-digit numbers? Can they do this with hands-on materials? These are some of the things you'll be seeing in the upcoming video. I also want to share with you that this video, it's not professionally made footage. It's footage that government teachers in our pilot project here in India, government teachers have shot themselves with their own mobile phones, with their own smartphones, and we've taken it, we've cobbled it together to produce this video. So this is mainly from footage from Shamli, which is a district in Uttar Pradesh. If there's any teachers from Shamli watching us today, then very, very warm welcome, and we salute you for your incredible efforts there at really revolutionizing the picture for literacy and numeracy in that district. So let's watch this video. It's about a 6-minute video. It's taking you inside the classroom. Please watch it carefully, and we want to hear your response afterwards in the chat.
कोरोना से पहले बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पाते थे, उनको काफी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ रहा था।
जिस टाइम ये कक्षा 3 में आए थे, बहुत कमजोर बच्चे थे। कुछ बच्चे 2 अक्षरों वाले शब्द भी नहीं पढ़ पाते थे, कुछ को वर्णमाला का भी ज्ञान नहीं था।
जून की छुट्टियों में और कोरोना काल में जो भी इन्होंने पढ़ा लिखा था, सब ये भूल चुके थे।
लेकिन अब 2-4 बच्चों को ही छोड़कर जो डेली नहीं आ रहे, सभी बच्चे पढ़ने लगे
इसके सहयोग से बच्चे पेयर लर्निंग में बहुत बेहतर तरीके से सीख पा रहे हैं। बच्चों का लेवल जो पहले शून्य था, मात्र 15 या 20 दिन में बच्चे जो शेष हैं वो भी बहुत अच्छे से सीख पाएंगे।
जो बच्चे किताब नहीं पढ़ पा रहे थे, आज बहुत से बच्चे अखबार पढ़ रहे हैं।
देवी संस्थान के कार्यक्रम जो चलाया जा रहा है ये FLN प्रशिक्षण वाला, वो काफी सराहनीय है। मैं बेहद खुश हूँ कि हाँ मेरे बच्चे पढ़ पाते हैं, कक्षा 1 कक्षा 2 सभी बच्चे।
तो रिजल्ट बहुत ही उत्साहजनक और सकारात्मक है। जैसे कि देखने में आया, अटेंडेंस बच्चों की बढ़ी है।
एक भेड़िया गड्ढे में गिर पड़ा। उसने बहुत कोशिश की पर गड्ढे से बाहर नहीं निकल सका।
पाठ का क्या नाम है? एक दूसरे से प्रश्न पूछोगे?
सूरज पे रोशनी कहाँ आती है? सूरज की अपनी रोशनी है, क्योंकि सूरज एक तारा है। की ओर से व्हाइट हाउस, रक्षा विभाग, पेंटागन और विदेश मंत्रालय ने अलग अलग बयान जारी कर अपना।
चलो बनवाओ संख्या कोई साथी से।
4405।
शाबाश। चलो बेटा साथी को सवाल बोलो कोई।
7050।
7050।
2163।
2163 घटाओ इसको। सही क्या बेटा, इसने घटा करके क्या संख्या आई है?
4887।
वेरी गुड, बहुत अच्छा।
105 की जमा गुना था।
वेरी गुड। एक लिखो स्कूल और एक बच्चा लिखो जगतपुर। शाबाश। घड़ी में टाइम बनाना है क्या बेटा? घड़ी में टाइम देख के बता दोगे अब? 5:45 बनाओ। शाबाश शाबाश, बहुत अच्छे। 10:05। सही बनाया बेटा इसने? सही बनाया, शाबाश। चलो सामान खरीदो दुकान से।
100 का बुलेट बम, 10 के बीड़ी बम, 10 के आलू बम, 5 के काजू दे दो।
कितने हुए?
125 जी।
ठीक है। चलो बेटा इनसे कोई आकृति बनवाओ।
आयताकार।
शाबाश।
हमें ऐसे प्रयासों की जरूरत है जो फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी को न केवल प्री पैंडेमिक की स्थिति में बल्कि उससे कहीं ऊपर हमें पहुंचा सके। इस दिशा में मैं सुनीता गांधी जी को उनके कंसेप्ट और प्रोग्राम एक्सेलरेटिंग लर्निंग फॉर ऑल अथवा ALfA के लिए बधाई देना चाहूंगा, जो आप देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में संचालित कर रही हैं। साथियों, इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से लोगों को 90 डेज में लिटरेट बनाया जा सकता है। मैं आशा करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में बड़ी संख्या में लोग इससे जुड़ेंगे और इसे सपोर्ट करने के लिए आगे आएंगे।
किताब बहुत अच्छी लगी। मैं इसको पढ़ के आगे बढ़ना चाहती हूँ, इसलिए क्योंकि इसमें अच्छे अच्छे पाठ है। गणित में तो हमें पता ही नहीं लगा कि कब पढ़ाई हो गई। बहुत अच्छी पढ़ाई हुई है और खेल हुआ है। इस किताब को पढ़े और जल्दी आगे बढ़े।
अच्छा बच्चों, अभी आपने जो गणित की संख्याएं सीखी, जोड़ना सीखा, ये सारी चीजें जो आपने सीखी हैं, इसको कहते हैं अल्फा टेक्निक। तो क्या आपको अल्फा टेक्निक से गणित को सीखने में मजा आया? यस मैम। अच्छा लगा सबको? यस मैम।
That was a very powerful video, wasn't it? So I hope if you're a Hindi speaker, then you would have understood the whole video. I hope if you're not a Hindi speaker, you'll be able to have caught the gist of it through the subtitles at the bottom. But we want to ask you another audience poll question, so please vote on this. Have you seen this thing of grade 2 children doing forwarded subtraction? Have you seen this before? We're going to post this audience poll, and looking forward to hear your votes on that. We also want to hear your thoughts on what part of this video, what aspects of this video did you find the most interesting. So as I'm waiting for your responses to come in, please, the audience poll is there. Please do vote on it. Have you seen grade 2 children doing forwarded subtractions before? So as we wait for your responses to come in on that, I want to hear Sunita's thoughts. What, as you see this video again, what strikes you as the most remarkable aspect of it?
I think that the teacher belief is very, very important. We've been saying that we have been dummifying our children. The old system of education is not bringing out their capacities in the way that we are seeing now possible. So this was the first breakthrough we got last year, which is when we launched ALfA. It has come out of 8 years of prior research. When we launched ALfA, at the invitation of Anita Karwal, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Education, she called me up and said, let's try it out in 2 low-performing districts of India. And that was a real breakthrough, because that's when you get to really work in the trenches and at a scale. So when we talked to the teachers, many of them were ambivalent, but many were very open to the idea. And I think those who were open and tried it out have witnessed tremendous change. We had set up a WhatsApp group where the teachers were posting their videos from their everyday activities on and off as they wished. We were encouraging them to do so. And we saw these videos coming in and seeing that transformation, that happiness, both conveyed through the videos of the children as well as the teachers and their comments. And the weekly meetings we held at the beginning, we were really nervous, how will it go? And it turned out that it went really well. And these grade 2 children, for example, I mean, these are just a collection of videos from that WhatsApp group. They are from a particular classroom of a particular teacher, but there's so many of them for different classes and different angles of learning. What we found in common was that all the children, practically those who were attending daily, of course attendance was an issue, and attendance did go up with ALfA classes, more joyful, more fun, more interactive when kids are working with each other. So there was that factor, but those children who came regularly, their performance was outstanding. They could read with fluency. They could understand the text they were reading. They were able to write, like you saw on the board. They were able to do numeracy at higher level than their grade level. So what we call Nipun in India, which is a grade 3 level, proficiency at grade 3. These children of grade 2 were doing grade 3 level work. And that was very, very promising. But we also saw that this whole thing took place in 45 days or less. The teacher, he's Mr. Balyan, Arvind Kumar Balyan, he mentioned that it took another 15 days or so to complete the textbooks of Hindi as well as of environmental studies and mathematics.
Wow.
So how was that possible? How can they do something in 45 days that would take, in the past 3 years or longer? And then at the same time, they were able to complete their textbooks so very quickly. And the reason was that, and he said so, and then subsequently other classes, other teachers have been sharing with us, that once they've understood the basics, the fundamentals, and this is what is the strongest case for foundational literacy and numeracy, because that sets the foundation for greater learning. Learning explodes, they go to the back of the chapter, do the questions, confidently, and they're working in pairs, they're making questions for each other, and as a result, they're able to complete the textbooks in a very short span of time. We're saying, okay, 45 days to finish these very thin booklets, as you can see here in this packet. If they were to actually be printed, though we're saying, look, I mean, avoid printing, but if you were to print, they're very, very thin. The reading book is 32 pages. The writing book is just 12 pages. And the numeracy book is 28 pages. Now, this is shared. This is a total of 72 pages shared between Tom and me. So we only get our share of 36 pages. Per subject of literacy and numeracy, this is equivalent to just 18 pages per subject, which is nothing. Now we rotate that box. We give a box to the government schools. We rotate that box, let's say, in 3 different grades 1, 2, and 3. So each child's share of number of pages goes down to 6 per subject. So this is really, really powerful, because it can be done at very, very low cost if these were to be printed, and this only goes for 45 days. Once the 45 days are over, this can be packed up and kept for another batch, or used in some other class or another school. And after the 45 days, another 45 days, what we are saying, okay, you can take to finish your textbooks, but the teachers are reporting is happening much, much faster. So that's all very exciting. Looking at the video, it reminds us of what's possible. Yes. It reminds us of when teacher belief is combined with belief in the ALfA process of teaching and learning. I think the outcomes are going to be so very outstanding, as we saw. And we look at the end before the beginning. This is the end, and this happens very quickly.
Absolutely. So that's an incredible showcase of results there in just 45 days, as you're sharing. Remarkable. So most of you have voted on the audience poll. I would like to close the poll now to see what your thoughts are, whether you've seen this sort of thing much before, of grade 2 children doing 4-digit subtractions. I know, I'm not sure what you say, but I know I haven't seen this before. But most people have said sometimes, 57%, 25% has said never. Yeah, and not many have said often or always. Yeah, I agree. So very rarely would you see this sort of thing.
We're not talking about 1 or 2 children. We're talking about classfuls of children.
Exactly.
If they can do 4-digit subtraction at grade 2 level. It's not happening in private schools in our country. So it's fantastic if you're seeing that in your classes.
Yeah.
You're doing something magical.
So we want to hear your thoughts in the video as well. Specifically about the video, what aspects of this did you find most interesting or most remarkable? And I see some people have already started responding on that. So I want to share a couple of people's thoughts. Pushpa said, very nice. Students are very confident. Modesta said, students are actively involved in the learning. Absolutely, Modesta. So active learning, that's key. In the traditional classroom, the teacher is quite active. The teacher has a lot of work to do. The students are very passive. In the ALfA classroom, it's the opposite. The teacher gets the chance to relax a little, and the students are much more active. Pushpa said, very nice. Bohot, yes. Okay, wonderful. I want to hear your thoughts also. Everybody else who's here, we want to hear your thoughts, your reactions to the video. What did you find most interesting or most remarkable? Also want to welcome Nuandi is here from Sri Lanka. That's fantastic. Wonderful to have you.
And we also have Chingombe
from Zimbabwe. Yes, I do apologize if we mispronounce your names, but it's fantastic to have you wherever you are in the world. So we want to hear your thoughts. What aspects of this video did you find most interesting? As I was looking at it, I was finding it lovely to see that those kids are so young, but they're still feeling quite confident, right? And they're showing off, and they're quite proud of their work, it seems, right? So they're not at all passive learners, as you're sharing. They're very much actively involved in the process, and they're even leading the process. Yeah. They're driving the process.
Right. Did you notice also that the children are framing questions for each other? The teacher is saying, okay, frame a question for your friend. And so a child says, write down 7,050. Now, for a grade 2 child to know where the zeros go in 7,050 is quite remarkable. So I'll be telling my pair, write down 7,050, and he's going to write it in the right places, according to the place value. And then to subtract, then he says, okay, give another number to subtract from that. And the child says 2,163. So that's relatively easier to write, but still, it's remarkable that the children of grade 2 are able to do 4-digit subtraction. You also saw that they were doing multiplication 3-digit by 1 digit. and they could show it with hands-on learning materials. So that means they've understood the volume, the bulk, the how it looks and feels like the 105 times 6.
So that you may be thinking, okay, this is the outcome. That's great, but how do you actually get there? What's the journey like to get there? So the next video we want to share with you, we want to hear your thoughts on again, and it's a compare and contrast video. It's looking at some of the differences between ALfA and the traditional classroom. We've already just been discussing some of those. Somebody mentioned in the comments that it's active learning instead of passive learning. So the next video really unpacks some of those differences. Before we go to the video, I'm just checking the comments again to see if anybody's mentioned. Yeah, lots of people have responded. Great. So Rushida said students reading newspapers as there's no scope of memorizing. That's fantastic. Yeah. So not at all about rote memorization. Chuks is here from Think Ed Tech, Nigeria. Fantastic. Great to have you. It's very child-centered. Children are actively involved. There's peer learning. Good pickup. So it's a lot of paired learning. The way of doing things, the learning process are very good. It's props-based learning, so we're using a lot of concrete objects, right? We'll be doing some activities with you very soon, and yeah, the children are using a lot of those concrete objects. Hilnali is also from Zimbabwe. Fantastic. Okay, for child calculation, I have a view. Okay, great. The nation needs these types of teaching techniques. This was Dhanashri. Yeah, children are very active in the classroom. They're doing maths activities and learning newspaper by themselves. It's amazing. Fantastic. Well, we're very enthused by your enthusiasm. And we're going to be watching a lot more videos today to unpack different aspects of this process. And we're going to be doing many activities together as well. So let's move on. Let's have a look at the next video, which is looking specifically at what are the differences, what are the key differences between ALfA and the traditional classroom. Let's watch it, and then we want to hear your thoughts in the comments.
Question and answers, okay? So you have to copy it. Question number 1. The wall. Okay, and full stop. So you have to copy this question. What was Tim hitting at the wall? Tim was hitting a ball at the wall.
Who sat on a rat? The cat sat on a rat. Who sat on a mat? The cat sat on the mat.
So today, children, we will learn the table of 2. You have to learn the table by heart.
2 is the 2, 2 to the 4, 2 3 the 6, 2 4 the 8, 2 5 the 10. What is the first picture? Rishi. What is the first sound? Rick. What is the second picture? Sakur. What is the first sound? Sh. What is the third picture? An. What is the first sound? What word will you get when you add the 3 sounds together? Rish.
In traditional classroom, children fear marks and exams. In ALfA pedagogy, children are engaged in joyful learning. They are driven by curiosity.
Hello ma'am. Welcome ma'am. I want to buy few things. Yes ma'am. I want this pencil box. It is of 100 rupees. And I want this book. It is of 50 rupees. And I want this bag. It is of 5 rupees. Plus 100. Plus 50. Plus 5. Equal to 155 rupees. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Bye-bye. Bye.
Wow, beautiful. So we want to hear your thoughts, your reactions. What are the differences? That video unpacks some of the differences. What, in your opinion, are the key differences you saw there between ALfA and the traditional approach? We'd love to hear your thoughts in the chat. One more thing I'd like to point out about that video, you would have seen that you would have noticed that it's in English mainly. So this ALfA technique, we've been using it in both government schools and private schools, both with middle-class kids and poorer kids. We've been using it with adults as well. So it's quite relevant across a range of contexts, right? It's not only for the poor, not only for the rich, not only for the young, not only for the old. It's for everybody, right? It works in a whole variety of contexts.
It's for the child.
It's for the child and for the adults too. So we want to hear your thoughts in the chat. What are the differences that you noticed between ALfA and the traditional classroom? And as I'm waiting for the responses to come in, I want to turn to Sunita first. What would you say, in a nutshell, is the key difference?
Well, I think I'd like to say key differences.
Key differences.
So first, I think it'd be lovely to hear your views. Obviously, you can see that one of the things that's very different is the agency that's given to the child. They're not being taught these things. And this is a huge departure from the past. They're not teacher-led process going on where the teacher is saying, oh, you shall do this in this particular way, and so on, like we normally do. It's actually children working with each other as a pair. And all the transaction of learning is happening without facing the teacher. The children are facing each other and they're interacting with each other. The material may be on the screen in some cases, you might have seen, or it's on the table with a book, and the particular module open. Only one booklet between two children is open, and the modules are very short, half page, as you will see in a minute. And the prompts at the bottom of each module, which tell what is the task of the pair, and not just one pair, of all the pairs. So, for example, if it is a particular activity that they have to do to learn a particular thing, the teacher will demonstrate that particular activity, but not teach the lesson. And there's a difference. So the children get empowered to use the process of learning to create their own learning and their own discovery. So light bulb keeps going on, and children feel very, very happy. Every day is a magical day because every day they're discovering new things by themselves. And God has given us that faculty that we can learn by ourselves, but we don't utilize it in our systems of education. And these were the discoveries we made when we were implementing the vastly different. We found that kids can abstract very quickly. We don't need to teach them the letters of the alphabet. B, that they can actually co-create and create their own learning. And in interaction with each other, the learning is far better. So if I'm writing an essay as an older child, I'm doing it on my own. What if I had my partner and I work together on it? Our vocabulary will be more, our thought process will be more, our ability to structure and analyze the situation will be more, we'll be able to imagine more. And there will be so many more elements to it than sitting on your own, which is about the most boring. Why is learning teacher interaction with a class full of children? Why not 1:1, child to child?
Absolutely. Very, very profound difference that of in a traditional classroom, it's often 1:40, 1:50, 1:60, right? How can a teacher handle a class with 40 kids? They've all got different learning levels. They're all unique. And it's just a one size fits all. It's the square pegs in the round holes, right? But when the kids are in pairs, it's a 1:1 ratio, right? They're working directly with each other. So it can be much more personal learning, much more human learning. So I'm seeing many of you in the chat, you're appreciating very similar aspects like what Sunita just shared. So Shakra said, in ALfA, all are engaged in learning, whereas not in passive learning. Neeraj said, participation and discussion on the specific task is very good. They're learning through interactive session. There's activities, more activities in ALfA. That was Rahul. Himanshu says, peer learning, and every child has something to do in the classroom by herself or himself. Absolutely. So earlier too, there were many good responses. Some of you mentioned that in ALfA, it's the opposite to the traditional, in that in the traditional, children are passive while the teacher is active, right? Whereas in ALfA, it's the opposite. The teacher gets to stand back and observe the class, and the children are much more active. I just want to share one slide of my PowerPoint, which kind of encapsulates this difference. So you can see this in the photos, right? Just look at this stark difference there between in the class on the left, you can see the traditional classroom, all the kids are just facing the teacher, right? In the ALfA classroom, the kids are facing each other, they're all actively involved. If we go on to the next slide, it fleshes out this difference a bit. So in the traditional class, the transaction of learning is from the teacher to the students. As we were saying, that's a 1:40 ratio, right? Whereas in the ALfA classroom, it's a 1:1 ratio. In the traditional classroom, okay, maybe there's the occasional activity we do. There's the occasional aspect that's child-centered, whereas in the ALfA classroom, it's highly child-led, right? That's the primary modality of learning. The teacher's role is also very different. In the traditional classroom, the teacher loses their voice because they are the instructor. We've got a lecture all the time. We're always talking. In the ALfA classroom, it's a teacher, your role, as we'll flesh out, is very different, right? You're there as a galvanizer. The children are always talking. The children lose their voices.
It's productive talking.
As you've been talking about, in the traditional classroom, there's maybe only occasional activities, whereas in ALfA, there's lots of activities. It's the primary form of learning. Similarly, in the traditional classroom, there's only occasional use of paired work or group work, whereas in ALfA, paired learning is in fact the primary modality. The kids are in pairs 95% of the time. So as you've been discussing in the chat, there's huge differences, very profound differences between ALfA and the traditional classroom. And I'm sure as you try this out in your own classroom, it'll be challenging, right? I know it'll be challenging. It's different to change mindsets. It's quite difficult. But once you try it, once you feel some of the results of it, I'm sure you won't want to go back to the landline.
You will not want to go back, that's for sure. And that's what the teachers are saying. I was speaking with the SRG State Resource Group person heading Shamli district. And he was saying that, ma'am, it has become part and parcel of the teaching methodology now in just such a short time. So I think that's awesome to hear, because it gets into your, the mobile phone, you can't do away with. Once you got used to it, you don't want to go back. And similarly, as Thomas said. So one thing more that is really remarkably different is that we don't need workbooks. Children are making their own questions for each other, many more than in a workbook. So we give them through the prompts some starting point. And the kids are so inventive. The teachers are so surprised at the quality of the questions that the children are making. We talk about HOTS questions, we talk about critical thinking questions, we talk about creative questions and so on. And they're doing it all and surprising all of us. So we have been underestimating children, we can say. We have been dummifying children, as we can say. We have not been giving them the opportunity to learn by themselves. We've been preaching to them. We've been talking to them, we've been telling them, we've not been getting them to discover for themselves. And in an interactive setting, this is happening at a fast pace. So there are many levels at which the change is there. Just like in a mobile, there are many levels at which there's change.
Absolutely. And I see that as we're discussing, many of you have put excellent comments in the chat. I want to highlight one from Daniel's Ayla saying, I see more collaborative efforts with kids in the ALfA classroom when compared to the traditional classroom. Absolutely right. So that's what we'll be talking about a little bit later on, is these 21st century skills, right? Collaboration, communication, critical thinking. It's not just about literacy and numeracy. The 3 R's, okay, reading, writing, arithmetic, these are very important, but we also need these 21st century skills. So you're absolutely right, Daniels. Shakra also said children use their critical thinking in framing the questions. Exactly, that's exactly it. So as you've been seeing in the video and as we've been discussing, this paired learning is really a key part of the ALfA process. So I want to ask you another audience poll question, right? We want to ask you what percentage of the time are the kids in your class or in the general education system, in the traditional education system, what proportion of the time are kids working in pairs normally, right? We want to hear your thoughts, right? We're going to give you 4 options, 0 to 25%, 25% to 50%, that's half the time, 50 to 75%, or 75 to 100%, really most of the time, almost all the time. We want to hear your thoughts in your classroom as it stands, or in your country's education system in general. What proportion of the time do you think children work in pairs normally? Because this is really a key part of the ALfA process, is why children work in pairs, how they work in pairs. So the next video we'll see, once your votes come in, we want to see a video on this specifically, on how to form pairs, why we use random pairs in ALfA. This is a very important aspect of the ALfA classroom, is using random pairs. So I want to hear your thoughts once we watch the video. First, it's great, 23 of you have voted. 23 of you have voted, so please keep voting, right? We want to hear your reactions. And I'm going to close the poll in just a couple of seconds. So if you haven't voted yet, please do. We want to hear your thoughts on what proportion of the time do kids in your classroom work in pairs. So we've got 30 people voting. Great. I'm not sure about you, but I know in Lucknow, from what I've seen, Sunita, I think it would be mainly 0 to 25%, right? Closer to the 0%.
Closer to 0. I think there's a lot more group work right now.
Right.
I think then teachers, depending on the particular teacher, they have built in a level of child centricity. So a lot of teachers are trying to get the children and give them the agency to learn by themselves, and that is happening. But it is the proportion of time that we give them, number one. So that's very little. And the second thing is that we kind of dictate what they're going to do in a very specific way. Like everybody now face each other and solve these 5 sums on the screen. And we're saying, don't do that. The kids can create their own sums. They can create their own opportunities and let them make mistakes as part of the learning process. So the agency is given, but not as often, number one. Number two, it's very directed and prescriptive. And thirdly, often it is group work. And what we found in our research is that paired learning is by far the best way, because it helps all kinds of children. For example, if I'm shy and I don't want to speak in a group or in a class, I'll probably speak to my one setting, because I feel more comfortable. I'm an introvert for a minute as well. Or the gregarious child, or the child who's running around the class, all these kids benefit more when it's 1:1 setting, and they settle down. We found tremendous change in the children, and very quick change, and they enjoy it because they're not bored. They're not bored listening. Can you imagine for 14 years listening to somebody teaching you things, and you're just going to make notes, you're going to memorize them, you're going to then represent them back in a test paper and show that you've succeeded? I mean, what kind of a goal is that? How becoming is that?
Dreadfully
and how
boring.
fun it is.
Dreadfully boring.
So this way it will work for themselves.
So I see that many of you have voted, so I'm going to close the poll. We want to see what you think. What percentage of the time do kids normally work in pairs? And I see that most have said, okay, 0 to 25%, and 50. Wow, okay. So I'm amazed. It seems like in some of your classes, kids are working in pairs quite a lot already, and that is fantastic. Hats off to you. If you're already using paired learning, then you are well at the cutting edge. You are ahead of the game. Unfortunately, in the majority of schools that we see, at least here in India, in Lucknow, in Uttar Pradesh, we see paired work is a very small proportion of the time, right? It's primarily whole class or large group activities or large group work. There's not so much of paired learning. So we want to show you the next video, right? We want to hear your responses afterwards in the chat. This video is specifically about how we make pairs, why we make pairs. It's all about the power of paired learning. So I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. It's a 5-minute video. Let's watch it, and then we want to hear your thoughts in the chat.
Paired learning is the cornerstone of the ALfA program. Children working together in pairs enable rapid rates of learning. In this video, we're going to discuss that why paired learning is effective, why random pairing, and how to make pairs. Let's begin with why paired learning is effective.
Many studies have shown that paired learning is more swift and it's more effective, and it helps in improving children's performance, their academic performance, their social development, as well as their motivation and the engagement in the activity.
A traditional classroom has a teacher-people ratio of 40:1, which really makes it difficult for the teacher to pay attention on each and every child. But when we talk about random pairing, this ratio becomes 1:1. The child is engaged and doing the activities.
The Times of India Joe Smith tracks are up to half kilometer long, 2 feet wide. A ground survey of the cracks revealing the vulnerability of the area, reports Shivani Azad. Speaking at the UP Global Investors Summit in Gradual on Friday, Tata Sons Chairman
Okay, so now we know that peer learning is effective, but now the question is how to make peers.
Okay, so there are different ways of making pairs. We can even use paper chits, right? Or ice cream sticks on which you can write down the roll numbers of the children, and you can call out one child who will pick the ice cream sticks, and he or she is going to call out the roll numbers written on it, and then those two children will come together and sitting in a pair. Let's start the class with the random pairing. Namya, please come out and call out your friends' roll numbers.
Roll number 44 and roll number 5.
Yes, roll number 44 and 5, please come. Gati, please come out and call out the next two roll numbers.
The next two roll numbers are 14 and 46.
Okay, roll number 46 and 14, please come out from your places and sit together. Very good. Avyukta, please come out and call out the next two roll numbers.
The next two roll numbers are 25 and 36.
Okay, roll number 25 and 36, please come out and sit together. Now the question comes, why random pairs?
Random pairs, what I think, that children enjoy the surprise. They understand better when they have a concept explained by their peers, whose thought processes are almost similar to their own thought processes. It also avoids sorting and labeling of children. Labeling and sorting of children, it really disheartens them.
Today we are going to read sun, moon, sky and stars. When we get up in the morning, it is daytime. We always see the sun shining in the sky. Planet has its satellites too. As planets go around the sun, satellites go around their planets. Hey Anvi, I don't know the meaning of satellite. Please tell me the meaning of satellite. Yes, let me search from my dictionary. Okay. An artificial object placed on an orbit around a planet. Thank you, Anvi. Hey, Anvi, let's revise chapter Sun, Moon, Sky and Stars. What are stars? Why do they appear small? The stars are big ball of fire. They appear small because they are very far away. Correct.
So are the pairs going to be same for the entire session, or do we change them?
No, we quite frequently change the pairs every day. In fact, for every topic. The reason behind this is that they get to work frequently with each other at some point of time over the month.
How may I help you, sir? I want the juice and this puppet, but the cost of the juice is 20 rupees and the cost of this puppet is 50 rupees. Don't worry, I have the change amount. Okay, there. Oh, 100. Let me calculate, sir. The left amount is 30. Thank you, sir. Thank you. At what time do you wake up? I wake up at 6 o'clock. When do you go to school? I go to school at 8 o'clock. Which time did you take dinner? Take my dinner at 8:25. When you go to play? I go to play at 3 o'clock.
Wow, beautiful. So we want to hear your thoughts in an audience poll. Would you like to try paired learning? If you're not already using paired learning, would you like to try it as the primary learning modality in your classroom? We want to hear your response. We also want to hear your thoughts on the video in general, what you found most interesting about it. So please do vote in this audience poll. Sunita, let me ask you first. Supposing like paired learning, right? I think it seems great in theory, but sometimes maybe we have some doubts in practice, right? Maybe it's going to be very chaotic. Maybe it's going to be very noisy. Maybe if two kids are working together who are both really at ground zero, if they don't know much, how are they going to work out working together? So can you address some of those doubts, which we may well have some of those doubts?
See, I think the poll results kind of baffled me a bit because they're showing, majority of the classes are doing a lot of paired learning. As we probably know, even so, majority of the time it's a teacher-led paired learning. And maybe that's the difference. I don't know. You know your class is best. You know what you're doing. But here we are giving complete power to the child to learn with each other and by each other. It's not the teacher teaching 2 + 2 is 4. The teacher is saying, look, get in a pair and all of you will pick different random numbers of sticks or ice cream sticks, and you will be able to give each other those questions. So I'll put some in front of Tom, and Tom will tell me how many they are. Tom will put some in front of me, and I'll tell how many they are. Then we'll say, let's put these together. Then how many do we get? Right? So teacher's not telling us everybody make 45 or everybody make 4 or everybody make this. That would be like children working in pairs or think, pair, share. But actually, it is all teacher-led. So the difference lies in being student-led versus teacher-led. So there is 3 regimes in which we can have our children. The traditional, which is teacher-led, teacher-centric. The middle point someplace where you have teacher-led, child-centric, where you're doing a lot of child-centric activities, hands-on activities, a lot of classes are doing. The children are also getting into pairs a lot. They're getting into groups a lot. They're doing a lot of fun activities. So that's teacher-led, but child-centric. What we are talking about in ALfA is a third approach, which is basically child-led. So we're not talking about child-centric. We're talking about child-led. So the teacher sitting in the corner, the teacher is not even working the class because making mistakes is part of the learning process. And we want to give lots of thinking time to the children. That's also supported by research. The more thinking time that they get, the more learning that happens. So I think we're talking about many levels at which we have to change our thinking. We're not talking about paired learning in isolation, but paired learning as the modality in which we empower the children to do things by themselves without the teacher telling them what it is that, they may know the goal, they may know the process, but the teacher's not teaching, look, these are adjectives. Teacher's not teaching, these are nouns. The children are figuring them out. We stage it in a way and scaffold it in a way that by the time they come to things that they need to read and understand by themselves, that's the time we teach them those other skills. So at the beginning, they're going from, let's say, pictures to sounds, to adding sounds to make words of their own. And from there, they're going to, let's say, start to read in about 15 days, 20 days. It happens very quickly in the system. And this is something that you'll be very happy to know, that within 20 days, 30 days, majority of your class will be reading a newspaper. And they become capable. I'm talking about kindergarten children, grade 1 children, grade 2 children, grade 3 children, and they're reading newspapers. Incredible. And the reason is the pedagogy. The pedagogy has to go alongside with paired learning. You can't just have 2 children facing each other and the teacher at the head still telling them what to do.
Sure,
because that's not paired learning truly.
Or if it's 2 kids facing each other and we're just doing 2 1s or 2 2s or 4, that's not going to get you very far either.
but we're not actually working together. And the teacher's actually not involved. And that doesn't happen. And we say, how can a classroom run without a teacher? And this is the magic that we need to think about. We're talking about teacher as a galvanizer. And you'll be learning more about that, what it means. But that is not a facilitator. Teacher is not a facilitator. Teacher is not a guide by the side or sitting in the corner and children running up to her. That also doesn't happen. Teacher is a galvanizer that galvanizes a class into action. It's like, tuning a toy or a clock, winding it up and then leaving it alone to clock away. So you wind up the children to do certain things, they know what they're supposed to do, and then leave them alone for long periods of time, meaning, the very first few pages, like in learning literacy, we're talking about literally in 5 days, maximum 10 days, the children are learning all the letters of the alphabet, but we're not teaching the alphabet. We're teaching them how to take pictures and make words. And you see that
We're
in
going to
just a
unpack
minute.
that.
You're going to unpack that in a
very,
minute,
very,
anyway.
very soon.
So it is pedagogy, it is process, it is, the roles of the teacher that are different. It is giving the children that enough prompt, if you like, a visual that prompts them into action, and the teacher explaining that prompt, what are they expected to do, and then leaving them alone for long periods of time. There's also daily changing of the pairs. So we say by routine, everybody should learn to work with everybody else. And you can do that by trying to say, oh, Tom's really smart, let's match him with somebody else who's smart. Or Tom's really smart, he can teach Sunita. So that kind of thing we want to avoid. We don't want to consciously say, this child is good, this child is not good, because we invariably reduce that child by saying, or in non-verbal ways, indicating that you need to sit with so-and-so because, whatever because. Totally transparent, totally fair process of randomized pairing of children, as you saw in that class. There are many ways in which you can pair, and we'll look at them as well.
Sure. So I see most of you have voted, so I think it's time to close the poll. Let's see what your responses are as to how many of you want to try out paired learning as the main modality in your classroom. So the poll results are in, and a whopping 76% said yes immediately. Fantastic. So we're looking forward to your classroom from Monday being a paired learning classroom. And 20% have said maybe after some time. Okay, very understandable that we've got some doubts, as I was discussing with Sunita, and only 2% said no, not interested. Okay, that's one person, I suppose. Fair enough. It's our job. We've got to work hard to convince you as well.
Yes.
So if I just pull up my slide here, some of the points which Sunita was discussing and which you've also posted about in the chat. Pushpa, by the way, has asked how many types of making a pair. So I want to address this briefly. So Pushpa, as you saw in that video, there's quite a few different ways. So one instance would be if you had you write kids' names on chits of paper or even on ice cream sticks. You can write their name, have the kids write their own names, and then you take them, you mix them all together, and then one child comes forward and pulls out two at a time, right? So they'll pull out two. I'll say, okay, Nishant and Sunita. Okay, these two are together, they're a pair, right? So that's one way. Another way would be you could take some numbers, right? So supposing I've got 40 kids in my class, I could make numbers from 1 to 20. I could make two sets of those numbered cards, and I'll shuffle them. I'll distribute them to the class. They'll all get one number each. And then they need to go and try to find their matching number. So if I've got the number 13, I'm looking around to try to find somebody else, which kid has the number 13, and I'll be their pair. So there's many different ways to form random pairs. Why we do random pairs, if I just show my slide again, as Sunita was sharing, if we pair by ability level, often kids will feel a little bit belittled by that. They'll be judged, they'll be compared. Whereas if we're doing it randomly, every child can feel confident, right? We want every child to get a chance to work with every other student in the class, right? If supposing I'm from a middle class background, I want to be able to work with kids who are poorer than me. I want to work with kids who are richer than me, with kids who are coming from a different faith background, kids coming from a different social background. So we want that mixing of the classroom. The classroom should be a mixing pot for the students. As Sunita was sharing, it's very important what the students are actually doing in pairs. So what are they doing? They're asking each other questions. They're making questions for each other, right? They're not just responding to the teacher's questions. They're actually making questions for each other. They're taking turns to read, right? I'm reading one line, Sunita's reading one line. They're taking turns to read, they're doing role plays, and they're using these hands-on materials. So there's a lot of things they're doing in pairs. It's not just that they're sitting in pairs, they're really working in pairs. So that's really a key part of the process. One further thing I'd like to mention, if we go to the next slide, which Sunita also alluded to here, another key aspect of ALfA, right, which we've just touched upon briefly, is that it's a known to unknown approach. So you'll see here in the picture, right, the kids can recognize the picture. Normally they know that this is a car. They may initially not recognize the letter C, right? They may maybe at the start. Similarly, the number 15, they may not be able to recognize the number 15, but using these concrete objects, they can count, right? They can count. They know how to do that. So ALfA goes from known to unknown. It scaffolds from existing knowledge. Rather than the teacher just telling you, rather than the teacher telling the student and filling the information into their brain as if it's an empty box, right? Our brains are not empty boxes to be stuffed with information, right? You need to build your knowledge. You need to scaffold your knowledge from your existing learning. That's how we learn. So it means in literacy, we're going for a picture to sound to word approach, right? We'll be seeing that very soon in a role play. And in numeracy, we're starting with concrete objects and we're moving from there to the abstraction. So this is a very key part of ALfA, that it's moving from known to unknown. So I'm seeing many of you are pointing out good points in the chat box. Want to share something a bit there? So Pushpa said, what are things to be kept in mind while pairing children? Okay, so Pushpa, the key aspect is that we're doing it randomly, right? And we're making fresh pairs quite frequently. It's usually every day, right? We make new pairs for the kids. Sona said, ALfA class is very interesting. Thanks. Sally said, how are you guys? Thank you. I'm again in MOOT. Okay, welcome. If some of you have already been to a MOOT and you're coming again, that's fantastic. Good to have you again. Great. It's a very interesting class. Thank you. Thank you. So
there's a question about full form of ALfA.
Okay, the full form of ALfA, right? So it's accelerating learning for all, right? That's our slogan. That's our motto. We need accelerating learning, right? As we were discussing at the start today, there's a very large proportion, 70% of kids, 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries who can't read, write, and do basic arithmetic. So that's shocking. We need to accelerate the rate of learning, and we want to do that for all, not just for some, not just for the rich, not just for private schools. We want to do it for all. So that's accelerating learning for all, ALfA.
And all children are capable of learning so much more in so much less time and so much better and more joyfully than they have been doing. We should also be talking about assessments, because assessments are not quite how we feel in ALfA they should be. So we don't want to distinguish among children and say you're smart, you're not so smart, or you're good in maths and you're not so good in math. So here, as you saw in the initial video from the village school of Shamli, where we got to implement at large scale, you saw that these children of grade 2 were accomplishing within 45 days grade 3 level proficiency in mathematics and in reading. So if that is correct, and you saw the evidence in video, we also have quantitative evidence, as in a report from Harvard Graduate School of Education. We'll be sharing that with you a little later on. But trust me and try it out on your own, and you will see that these kids are going beyond the class level. And if it is so, then what does a test for grade 2 level mean? Because majority of the children are going to ace it. And that's what we want. We don't want people to say, I'm not good enough. Well, maybe today I don't know, but tomorrow I will. Give me time to think. Give me time to work it out with my pair. And I know I can learn. So this is the feeling every child should feel, and not that I'm not good enough in this. And very early on, unfortunately, very, very early on, children start to get the idea, I'm not good enough, when actually they should be thinking, I'm the best, I'm 1 in a million, I'm marvelous, I'm awesome, and I'm lovely, and I can do anything I set my mind to. And of course, children will vary in their capacities, because that's how nature intended. But they will all maximize their learning curve, and that's what we really want.
I'm seeing there's a couple of good questions have come in the comments. So I want to please say any questions you have, any thoughts you're having, please do put them in the comments. You want this to be a very interactive session. So Pushpa was asking, can we pair 3 kids? So yes, you can. If you have an odd number of kids in the class, then obviously you have to have 1 pair with 3 kids. But in general, right, try most pairs, all of the pairs will have just 2 kids, right? The reason for that is all of the activities in the ALfA program are designed with that in mind, right? So for example, supposing we're doing a maths problem, I'll be writing a problem for Sunita, she'll be writing a problem for me. So all of these activities have been designed with 2 kids in mind. And that's what we find is that 2 kids working together creates a good dynamic, right? I think there's a saying for this: 2's a company, 3's a crowd. Yes. So yes, we encourage pairs, meaning 2 kids. Of course, sometimes you'll need 3, but that's fine. Mainly 2. Aisha was asking, what about slow learners? So that's a good question. We find that in general, okay, of course, everybody's level is different, right? Everybody's rate of learning is different. That's fine. We find even so-called slow learners kids who maybe have not had a good background at home, who haven't, their parents haven't read to them, maybe they're coming really at ground zero, even they can flourish in this environment, right? Why? Because they're getting individual attention with another student, right?
I have to say about this slow learner thing.
Yes.
Firstly, the terminology baffles me. No, I think we should move away from calling anybody, this type of learner, that type of learner. They're all learners. And we grow in bursts and spurts. They don't all grow together. There's so many factors that hold back a child. We've done a lot of research work that shows, this child is getting a very low average, but when we place it on a radial chart, we find that they're peaking at almost everything they've answered. They've got it right, but they've bothered not to answer much of it at all. They can't be bothered because people have made up their minds about this child, that this child is not good enough, but they're actually geniuses and they're very, very smart. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself smart, but I got below 60% in my grade 10 examinations, and I ended up at Cambridge with 3 scholarships. So it's just a question of when you decide you want to work. So let's not say too early on or any point in time, in fact, that this child is really smart. I said in the beginning, Tom's really has always been a topper. We can say, okay, he's better prepared at this time. I'm less prepared at this time. Given a chance, I'll do equally well, or I'm not even comparing with him. That's another thing. Why should I compare with him? I'm comparing and competing with myself, not him. So if I'm progressing, if I'm going to the next level, and this is what education needs to do for all our children, is get them to go up and up and up against themselves and not against another. Because against another is always a stressful factor. It makes me feel less good because sometimes I'm going to not match up to that particular person. I'm running, let's say a circle of 1 kilometer in X minutes, right? And he runs it in X minus some other minutes, right? But I'm doing better every day. That should be a great satisfaction for me. And I think this is intrinsically more important than trying to compare children in any form or shape. So we avoid that.
Right. So we're
and
focusing.
That's why we don't package children like, okay, these two are not working so well, let's put them together. Or let's put this, less prepared child with one who's more prepared. There might be occasions on which we might do that, but that's done in a very different spirit, and we can share that as well with you. So there's more fine-tuning to our efforts, more understanding. It's like with a mobile phone. The first thing we do with a mobile phone is call, like we did with the old landline phone. Then we discover, oh, it has this feature, it has that feature. So we keep discovering these features, and it's endless, the kinds of things a mobile phone can do, but you won't know at the beginning. So in the same way with ALfA, we begin with the kind of training and orientation we're getting today. And as you implement, you will discover many more facts about it, and you'll be able to articulate them very well.
Absolutely. So please keep up the questions. We love the questions that are coming in. Keep up the comments. And as Sunita shared, once you try implementing this, once you try practicing it yourself, you'll be able to come up with answers, and you'll be able to give us feedback as well on how to further fine-tune it. So I want to move forwards then and start our focus on literacy. So I think we've had a really good session. We've talked about paired learning. We've talked about the differences between ALfA and the traditional classroom. We've really set the stage pretty well, and I think you've got a good grasp of what ALfA is. Now it's time to look specifically at literacy first, and then later at numeracy. So here in literacy, we're going to be doing a couple of things. We're going to do some role plays. We're going to show you the structure of these materials. Now we've got ALfA available in about 30 languages, 30 plus. We're going to be focusing on English today, just because we can't do everything. We're going to be showing you the English materials, and we're going to be doing some activities together. So I hope if you don't yet, please go and grab yourself a pen and paper, because you'll be needing this for our literacy activities. So let's start with the role play, right? So we're going to do a role play. We're going to do 2 role plays, in fact, right, in which Sunita and I will be teaching each other. We want to hear your thoughts after this in the chat box about which role play you preferred, which style of teaching you liked more, and why, right? What were the differences you noticed between them? So let's do this role play, right? I'll request you to please keep the slide on screen for this one. Yep. So let's do this role play, and we want to hear your thoughts afterwards. Okay, ready, Sunita? Let's go. Okay, ready? C-A-T.
C-A-T.
Cat.
Cat.
C-A-T.
C-A-T.
Cat.
Cat.
C-A-T.
C-A-T.
Cat.
Cat.
Okay, so that was the first role play, right? You saw this approach to teaching. Now let's flick to the next slide, and we'll do another role play. We want to hear afterwards your thoughts on what the differences were between these techniques and which you preferred more. Okay, ready, Sunita?
Ready.
Okay. So can you see this picture on the left? What's that picture?
It's a car.
Okay, great. And what's the first sound of car?
Car. Ka.
Okay, wonderful. And then what's the next picture?
Apple.
And what's the first sound of apple?
Ah.
Great. And the final picture?
Tub.
And first sound of tub?
Tub.
Okay, great. So what was the first sound?
Ka.
Then the next?
Ah.
And then the next?
Tub.
Okay, once again?
Ka. Ah. Tub.
Great. And can you join those sounds together?
Yes. Ka. Ah. Tub. Cat.
Well done. Fantastic. Okay, we want to hear your thoughts now. We're going to do an audience poll. Which method did you prefer, right? You saw those two methods there. Did you prefer the first? Did you prefer the second? Or are you undecided, right? We're posting this audience poll. We want to hear your vote on it very quickly. And meanwhile, just as you're voting, I want to point out there was another good question that came in while we were doing that. So can you just highlight, please, the question that came in just before this? It was about paired learning. So yeah, I appreciate that. I want to share that I face this struggle, the same struggle myself, right? The question is about how to do paired learning in a classroom environment where there's 4 or 5 kids sitting on a bench, right? So sometimes, unfortunately, the structure of the traditional classroom, the physical structure, makes it very difficult to implement the ALfA approach. So if you've got a structure where it's super crowded, right, it's hard to sit the kids together in pairs. If you've got a structure where there's a long bench and there's 4 or 5 kids crowded together on it, it can be hard. I acknowledge that. What we saw in Shamli, the first video we showed you today, you saw the teachers getting creative. You know, some of them are holding classes outdoors. They're sitting on carpets, on razais on the floor. The kids are working in pairs there. Sometimes they're needing to rearrange the classroom a bit, right? They're rearranging the chairs and the desks to make a classroom environment that's more conducive. So I acknowledge that it's difficult. So thanks, Sudhakar. It's a good pickup. But sometimes we need to change the physical environment of the classroom also, right? We don't want there to just be rows of desks facing the teacher. We want, maybe if it's possible, you could take some of the desks away to make a different structure of the class, to make it more possible to do paired learning. So it's a really good question.
Yes, I want to also point out phonics versus phonics, because Rahul Srivastava mentioned it is based on phonetic approach. So we'd say yes and no. If we call phonics sound, then yes. But if you talk about phonics method, then no. Because the phonic method is based on the idea of unknown to unknown in a way at the beginning. And we are saying at the very beginning, this is the starting point. You have to scaffold from known to unknown. So for example, in the phonics method, we'll say B says ba, right? So firstly, I don't know B. I'm new to ABCD. And I don't know ba. That also is new to me. And I don't know how B says ba, right? That becomes counterintuitive. And so it is like rote learning at the very beginning. When what we need is from the very beginning, from the very start, build confidence from known pictures. And that's where it is different. You've got the visual, which I know that's a car. I know that's an apple. I know that's a tub. And for a minute, I don't know. That's okay. Because within next 2 minutes, I'll know it. Because I'll have done some activities, some fun games to learn those pictures and what's in, maybe not in the environment. For example, sometimes we put pomegranate in the picture, anar in Hindi. And the children in the slum have never had anar. So you say, what is this? You say, that's anar. So next moment, they know it's anar. It's not like you have to teach it again and again. Kids abstract very quickly from pictures, and we know that we learn better through visuals. So the visual is the starting point. They should know the visual, and that's why we try to localize the toolkit for every single place. Odisha, the pictures are different than in Uttar Pradesh, and so basically the picture is the starting point which the child knows, and we're not telling them. We're asking them, what is this? And we're not telling them. The two children are asking each other, which is even better. They're discovering. First lesson, first day, no letters of the alphabet are taught. They don't know ABCD. They don't know Kaka Gaga, the letters of Hindi alphabet. But they're beginning from pictures. I'm asking, what is this? And Tom is saying, this is a car. Then I'm asking, what is the first sound of car? And he's telling me first sound of car is ka. Now, if they don't know what's first sound, we also do a little, referring to that. For example, we might use our names and say, what is the first sound of Sunita? What is the first sound of Tom? So that way the children know what you mean by first sound. And this is at the very beginning. You need to just explain what their task is in a very good way. So a clear way. So Tom understands, he asked me that question, I decode, or I ask the questions and he decodes the sounds from the pictures. Then the last question is, what do you get when you add the sounds? Now, see, everything so far is known. The picture is known. The first sound can be derived and hence known. The three sounds can be added and hence known. Nothing is unknown. The only thing that we might say is unknown is the symbol ka, written as C, and A and T. Ta. So those are unknown. But we are saying we're not introducing them as letters. We're introducing them as sound symbols. They're symbols for their particular sound. So when you give them new words which don't have pictures with them, what was fascinating was that these kids could remember the picture sounds and therefore are able to make new words without the picture support. And this happens very quickly, like literally the same day. They're learning also in this context. For example, in English, they're learning 5 letters in the first lesson. And that's a 15-minute maximum lesson. In that, they're learning 5 letters. In Hindi, they're learning 10 letters in the first lesson with the picture support and making those words. So like in English, it might be cat, bag, and mat. In Hindi, it might be bus par ab ghar tak chal. 10 words from which 6 words in which there are 10 unique letters. And then below on the same page, exact same page, there are 36 words at the bottom that the children are reading that do not have pictures on top of them. They're made with the same 10 letters in different combinations. So I think this is the kind of thing we discovered happening, which we would have never believed. We normally teach in our schools 1 letter a day or 1 letter a week sometimes. So it takes a year, maybe 2 years just to teach letters. And then we go to words, and then we go to sentences. We're saying, no, begin them with the words. So it's vastly different. And they're doing it on their own. There's no teacher involved.
We'll be showing you the structure of those books very soon. What you were alluding to there, of we're starting off with that word with pictures support, as you saw in that role play. And then afterwards, very soon, often in the first lesson itself, kids are able to abstract that. They're able to understand and recognize the letters even without the picture support. So that's pretty incredible. I want to just return to our audience poll. You are voting on whether you prefer the first method, the second method, or whether you're undecided. So I think it's time to close the audience poll and see the results of the election. Here in Lucknow, we had an election very recently, so very exciting to see the results. So the majority of you, 62%, preferred the second, absolutely. So we definitely prefer the second method as well, right? If we're looking at the differences between those two methods, right? If I just share my PowerPoint again, I want to dwell a little bit on the differences, which I'm sure you would have noticed. So basically, as you would have seen, in the traditional approach, it's teacher-led. So you would have seen I was saying C-A-T, cat, and Sunita was repeating after me. So it's what we call rote learning. So this is not so effective generally because the children are not actually thinking. They're using their ears, they're listening, they're using their mouths, they're repeating, but they're not actually using their brains. And also, interestingly, they're not using their eyes, right? You can be listening to me say C-A-T, cat, and you can be looking out the window, right? And that's what most of the kids will be doing probably, is looking out the window. You're not using your eyes, you're not using your brain using that technique. Whereas in the second technique, you would have seen it's student-led. The pairs are asking each other questions, right? Sunita is asking me, what's this? What's its first sound? I'm asking her. We're asking each other questions. So we are using our eyes. We are using our brains. The first technique you saw, it was focusing on the name of the letter, right? This is what the discussion is going on in the chat about phonics and so forth. Exactly. So the traditional approach is C-A-T. Now, this is actually confusing, right? In English, unfortunately, the name of the letter is not the same as the sound that the letter makes. So it's quite confusing to focus on the name of the letter. Instead, in ALfA, we're focusing on the sound, and we're using the letter just as a sound symbol. So we're not saying C-A-T, we're saying K-A-T. And finally there, you would have noticed that the traditional approach is unknown to known, right? We're talking about C for cat, A for apple, T for tub, right? B for boy, all of these sorts of things. But this is not very helpful, right? It doesn't make sense. Whereas the known to unknown approach, okay, we're looking at the picture is known, it's car, and the first sound of car can be derived, ka. So it's a known to unknown approach. So it makes much more sense. So great, I'm glad that most of you also preferred the second method. Absolutely, that's what the ALfA method is based on. It's based on this, children working in pairs, asking each other questions to derive from their existing knowledge of pictures. I see some good questions have come in meanwhile in the chat.
Yeah. I'd
So
like to say
yeah,
that there is, I hope that by the end of this session, that we can move you to the second, and from undecided to the second. Second is where the children are deriving things by themselves. The first is where the teacher is leading the show, saying, this is C, this is A, this is T, and add them together become CAT, or K, A, T. Even in the phonics approach, the teacher is leading, saying C says K, and A says A, and T says T. And add them together, you get K, A, T, cat. So that also is teacher-led, because children don't know why C says K, why A says A. So they don't know that. Of course, sometimes we do give picture support, but it comes afterwards. It's not at the beginning. It's not starting point. And it's a very subtle thing, but it's making a major difference in the learning. Firstly, we don't have to teach the letters at all. You save a year and a half, 2 years. Imagine you don't have to teach letters at all. Secondly, it's happening at such a rapid pace, 10 letters a day in Hindi. Can you imagine that? 10 letters a day in Hindi in 5 pages, that's all. The children are learning backwards from some 200 words they're reading in 5 pages. And from that, they know all the letters regardless of whether you don't need to teach the letters. In fact, it's counterproductive to teach the letters, especially in a language like English, because the sounds and the letter symbols don't always match.
Can you just explain that? Because it may be confusing for some people. What do you mean when we're saying we're not teaching the letters, right? Because obviously the kids are learning the letters, but we're not teaching the letters directly. So can you explain what that means?
Well, we're not teaching the letters at all. We're just teaching them to decode words from the beginning.
Right.
And so basically, this a quick brown fox jumps right over the lazy dog. I mean, that is all the letters. We've got only 16 words in our English toolkit, just 16 words. If they know how to decode them, they will have learned the whole, the 26 letters of the alphabet. So 16 words is nothing, right? The only non-CVC word or non-3-letter word in that is queen, qua. So I think that we need to explore that, because is it possible what we are saying is correct? Is it possible that children can learn 10 letters in a day backwards from words, and they're reading 6 words and learning 10 letters? So in 5 lessons, they're learning all the letters of Hindi alphabet.
I think the key point here maybe is that if we're starting with words from the outset, right, what we see very commonly is it's very highly motivating for learners, because from the very first lesson, they're reading 3 words, 5 words, 10 words, and those words make sense to them, right? They can understand, they can relate to them, so it's highly motivating. Now they're learning the letters that come from those words, obviously they're picking that up, but the fact that they're reading words means that reading is connecting with them, they're enjoying it. Whereas if we start with the alphabet, right, and we spend 6 months, a year on the alphabet is an abstraction. It doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't connect with people's lives. So it's not very motivating. So starting with words from the outset is much more engaging.
So you put a whole bunch of letters in front of the children and say, pick me a C. Chances are they'll struggle because they've learned the rote way. Or you put numbers, give them and say, okay, which is bigger? You hold 2 numbers up, and the children will have difficulty because they're learning the old way. And I think we need to challenge that.
Absolutely. Pushpa has put in a question. Will the role play method be useful for Hindi language also? So I want to say absolutely it will be. I want to show my PowerPoint as well here, because this is a good time to mention that ALfA is available in 30 languages. So it's also available in Hindi and about 15 different Indian languages, about 15 more international languages. So I'm just going to share you the list here, as you'll be able to see very shortly.
It's the same method applied to all the languages of the world.
Exactly. So the same picture to sound approach, picture to sound to word, it works beautifully for Hindi. In Hindi, the first lesson, as you mentioned, is Bas Parab Ghar Tak Chal. And if you're particularly interested in Hindi, I'd encourage you to check out, we ran a training in Hindi about the Hindi language just a couple of weeks ago. It's available on YouTube. If you just Google Hindi MOOT, Hindi Massive Open Online Training, you'll be able to see that. I'm just showing you here, there's this list of 30 languages, right? So Arabic, Bangladeshi, Dhivehi, which is the language of Maldives, Dutch, English, Filipino, so forth. You can check out on our website, dignityeducation.org. You can check out this list. You can go there and you can also see, you can view these e-materials. And finally, a very important plea I would like to make, a request. If your language is not on this list, right? If you do not have the ALfA materials in your language yet, we would love your help to replicate it. I just want to show you the next slide, please. So if it's not available in your language, please reach out to us, right? We'll be sharing our contact details here. You can reach out to us via our website or via WhatsApp. If it's not available in your language, we want these ALfA materials to be available to all the children around the world, right? If it's not available, please reach out to us. We want your help to replicate this toolkit, this excellent toolkit in your mother tongue. It's not you may be daunted, you may be like, oh, that sounds like a really hard process. It's not actually, right? My friend recently helped me do it for Tagalog in the Philippines. It's not actually that difficult. It takes about a month. We'll need your expertise, your language or knowledge of the local language, and we can bring our formatting skills, our graphic design skills. We can make a really nice looking book. And using this same structured approach, right? Moving from the picture to the sound to the word, the same structure across all the different languages makes it work really powerfully.
So how many times, Tom, you've seen a textbook, 5 pages teaching all the letters?
Impossible.
And not just 5 pages learning all the letters, but also reading 200 words.
Incredible.
In just 5 pages. So this is the power of disruption.
This is the power of those slim booklets with a scientific approach, because we also didn't start out that way, right? When we started tinkering with this, we had, what, 20 books or something to teach Hindi?
Yes, there were 23 booklets.
23 booklets. So we've been in the field, we've been in the slums, we've been in the schools, we've been refining these books over time, and that's how we've come up with the product, with the materials, with the resources that we have now. So we need your help, right? If your language is not available yet, we need your help to replicate it. If your language is there, please take it up. Please use it in your schools, in your context, and give us feedback on it, right? We need to further help to refine these materials, to further improve them. You can play a very valuable role in that.
Yeah, see, sometimes, for example, in the Hindi version, which was the first version we made, we went through 11 revisions after making it. Though it's our mother tongue, we still felt, oh, this picture could be better. Oh, we can do this in a slightly different way. So there's no limit to fine-tuning, but the approach is not different. So it's like, you buy a mobile, the Nokia or the Samsung XYZ version, next is a different version. But the mobile is distinct from the old technology of the landline phone. It's just that it goes through iterative change within itself. So there's a version 2.1, version 2.2. Similarly, with all our language versions, we want to continue to do that refinement over the years.
Absolutely.
With the new approach intact.
That's what we need your help for in the different languages, because we don't know those 30 languages, right? We're not that multilingual, so we need your help for that. That's nice. Gubanamosi, I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry, but you said it's available in Yoruba. So fantastic. Please do take it in Yoruba and use it and help us to improve it further. Rushita asked, how do we get the material? So that's a good question. So at the end of the session today, you'll be doing a quiz. After you do the quiz, you'll be giving your email ID and we'll be sharing you the links to these materials. So
yeah, in the quiz, you're asked a question whether you'd like to have them. So we're giving it as a gift to humanity. We don't want to give that gift to somebody who doesn't want it. So you have to say, yes, I want it. Then you get it, for sure.
I also see there was a question from Rahul. What about oral development before decoding? So that's a good question, Rahul. So generally, if we're working with older kids, 7, 8, 9, then their oral development will already be, well underway, and they'll be roughly, they'll recognize those pictures, they'll be able to speak fine. Especially if it's in their mother tongue. If it's not in their mother tongue, what we find is we may need to do some games and activities to develop a bit of oral language first before we go on to reading. Obviously, we need listening and speaking before we do reading. So yes, definitely, we need to focus on some oral development first if it's their second language. Or if they're really young kids, then also. Yeah. I see also Aisha asked about what about primary students? So these materials are, they're very good for primary age students, right? We've used them for kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. We've used them for all those ages. It's very powerful. We've also used them for adults. We've used them for teenagers who can't read. So it's not that it's for a specific age. It's for anybody who's unable to read and write. It's very powerful for them.
Yes, we are also implementing this in Chicago, in the United States of America, with amazing results. So these are adults who cannot read or write or do arithmetic, and they're learning with this approach as we speak in Chicago. So I think the approach is universal. Learning needs are universal, and if you don't know how to read, whether you're sitting in grade 6 or grade 5 or grade 4, it doesn't really matter. You need to learn how to read. Up to grade 3, everybody should know how to read, because that's a level, it's a point of departure. And once you know at that level of reading, you can now read to learn by yourself. So therefore, it's really essential that they all know grade 3 level. In primary grades, in upper grades, and also children at grade 3 level, they should know grade 3. At grade 2 level, they should know at least grade 2, which is a little less than in the book. The book goes a little higher than grade 3 for most countries.
So I see there's more questions come in, which is fantastic. Rahul was asking, what about in a multilingual classroom? So we would encourage, if it's a multilingual classroom, first do the mother tongue language, right? So in Uttar Pradesh, that's mainly Hindi.
I think he means also that the mother tongue is all different.
Oh, the mother tongue is all different.
Yes.
Okay. If that's what you mean. So if this is available in your mother tongue, please take it up, do your mother tongue first. If it's not available in your mother tongue, please help us to make it available in your mother tongue. Mother tongue should come first, right? And then after that, definitely second and third languages, they can also pick up using this.
Yeah. So whatever the language of instruction is of the school would be the language you will be teaching in, and you'll be making the children familiar with the pictures and the sounds. So that's all. And you can work with that if you don't have very many languages and language versions, and you can't divide the class into multiple groups and then pairs within the groups. So we'd say that hazard working with the language of instruction of the school, and I think children will pick up very quickly. And that's the thing about ALfA. We don't want to have 3 years learning to read. It's 45 days, and so kids pick up really quickly is what we learned.
Meanwhile, Dhanashri has also asked, is this material only for government schools? So definitely not, right? Some of the videos you would have seen are from private schools, some are from government schools. It's for everybody, right? Not for a specific group. Labanya was asking, is this one type of bridge course or we run along with the school curriculum? So this is a really important question. What we're talking about is what we call this 45 days to FLN challenge, right? So regardless of the class, be it grade 3, grade 1, grade 5, there are many kids who are unable to read and write. And so for them, the regular school curriculum we find is not so beneficial, right? You can imagine if you're a child sitting in a class, you've got a textbook, you can't read the textbook, you're not going to be able to learn much from it, right? So what we would encourage you, don't run this simultaneously with the school curriculum, right? Because that will be mixing and matching, right? That'll be confusing. Set aside 45 days, keep the school curriculum aside for that time in Hindi, be it Hindi, English, numeracy, the literacy and numeracy subjects. Keep the school curriculum aside for that time, and for 45 days, use the ALfA materials so that hopefully everybody in the class will get up to that level of foundational literacy and numeracy, just over 45 days. After that, you can go back to your school curriculum and you'll find that the kids are able to cover it much more quickly and more effectively and more enjoyably as well.
Yeah, so just wanted to add that the ability to read and write is something we need to develop first and foremost in all the classes, as you will agree. Now, whether it is a bridge course, and bridge course was to bridge the gap, learning gap, but that gap has existed even before the COVID. Kids have always been in classrooms where they don't know how to read and write. So it is going to become the modus operandi. We are very certain of that people will adopt this because it is the most natural way to go forward into the future. We can't continue to do whole language, and we can't continue to do phonics. We have to go the ALfA way. So this will become the modus operandi, the way to teach language in the future, because that's the only way that children will learn really fast and really well.
Absolutely. So we've been talking about it a while. I'm very excited that you've had so many good questions coming in. But now we want to actually show you inside the books, right? We've shown you the role play. We've discussed it. Now it's time in the next video, we'll be flicking through the pages of the book to show you how the English books are laid out. As I mentioned, it's available in 30 languages, including Hindi. So please go to our website. We'll be sharing the materials with you. Check out the materials. But in this next video, we're going to be focusing on English, and we're going to be looking at the structure of the books, how it's laid out. So please take a look, and then we want to hear your thoughts again in the comments. Welcome to the ALfA English Literacy Program, which teaches the foundation of reading and writing in a swift and enjoyable manner. Learning English can feel daunting because it is not phonetic and has funny spelling, but the ALfA books are there to guide your children on the journey. Book 1 introduces the most common sound of each letter, and students practice reading single-syllable words and simple sentences. The first page gives useful instructions for how to use this methodology of paired learning, in which children ask each other questions to build from their existing knowledge. It also reminds you to avoid some common mistakes, such as using rote learning or teaching the whole class at once. The first lesson introduces 6 letters. In step 1, we check whether students are familiar with what each of these pictures are called in English. If English isn't their mother tongue, they may be unfamiliar with some, in which case we can use a variety of games to introduce them. For instance, use the flashcards provided or invite children to make their own and play matching games. In step 2, the students ask each other questions to go from picture to sound to word. First, they point to the picture, asking, "What is this?" Then they ask, "What is its first sound?" After repeating for the other picture letter combinations, they then ask, "What do these sounds join together to make?" and follow up by asking the meaning of the word. Students then swap roles for the next word, taking turns to ask and answer questions. Remember to focus on the sound of the letter, not its name. That is, we say ka, a, t, not c-a-t. In step 3, students use the same letters introduced above to form new words. Here, abstraction takes place as students blend the sounds in new combinations. If they forget how to decode a letter, they can refer above to step 2. The mentor notes below are a reminder of the whole process. You will need to keep reminding your students to take turns and ask each other questions. The mentor notes also provide extra video resources. Each lesson has the same structure, introducing 4 to 6 letters to cover the whole alphabet in just 5 lessons. The lessons gradually build up the number of words in step 3 to increase the level of practice. The next 3 pages give phonetic practice of the different vowel sounds a, e, I, O, U. The alphabet is presented here well into the book. It's here just for revision. We don't teach the alphabet at the start because it's more interesting for children to learn to make words from the outset. The next few pages have practice sentences. Here, sight words with non-phonetic pronunciations begin to be introduced. For instance, the letter A normally makes an A sound, as in apple, but it can also make an sound, as in umbrella. We use color coding initially to show the different vowel sound. Similarly, the letter S can make a Z sound in words like is and was. The next 2 pages help children construct their own simple sentences with a given structure. They can generate many more sentences by simply replacing the last word of the sentence. Another page facilitates vocabulary building as children ask each other questions like, "What is that?" while pointing to different objects and pictures. Book 1 concludes by providing more reading practice with a poem for each of the different vowel sounds, followed by simple comprehension questions. Book 2 teaches longer words which aren't necessarily phonetic, and it builds vocabulary, fluency, and confidence. It starts by introducing some common consonant combinations like SH, CH, and TH. It also demonstrates the silent E rules. We go on to many passages which each practice a particular vowel sound, like A as in rain and ok as in talk, and so on. Then there are some pages to thematically build vocabulary: vegetables, fruits, household objects, places, transport, and verbs. Again, prompts at the bottom encourage children to ask each other questions like, "What is your favorite fruit?" and "Can you catch the ball?" We go on to short passages which foster values such as love of learning, equality, friendship, and cleanliness. The passages also have comprehension questions. Learners can make their own questions to ask each other. Further pages are there to help children introduce themselves and learn manners. Now we build more vocabulary with an animal theme used to introduce prepositions and adjectives in a fun compare and contrast activity. Then there are role-play passages in which children take turns to read their part of the dialogues between Raju, Sona, and their mother. we move on to a foundational understanding of grammar with sentence-making activities. Children choose one word from each of the columns to construct a noun-verb-noun sentence. Book 2 concludes by teaching the order of pen strokes for writing small and capital letters. So you can see that, using these 2 thin booklets with plenty of activities, we can teach foundational English literacy swiftly and enjoyably. But we want to hear your thoughts. What did you find most interesting about the structure of these books? As we were sharing, this is in English. It's available in many more languages, but it's the same structure across the different languages. So we want to hear your thoughts. What did you find interesting about the structure and the flow of these materials? While I'm waiting for your responses to come in the chat, also want to remind you to please do subscribe to our YouTube channel. We like to run these sorts of training events semi-frequently, every month or so. So if you'd like to be in touch, please do subscribe, share with your friends as well. We want this methodology, we want these materials to get out to everyone in the world. We want the benefits to be widely available. So please do subscribe and share it with your friends and colleagues as well. So we want to hear your thoughts. What did you find most interesting about the structure of these books? Sunita, would you like to share something yourself first of when you were designing these books? You know, it is an unconventional structure to not have the alphabet first, for instance, right? Would you like to share something about how you came to this structure of the book?
Okay, so I was thinking wildly. And I was thinking given that children already know their language, why is it that it takes 3 years to teach them the letters and to join them in making words? Why does it take so long for them to get to read? So the question in my mind was, can a learner of any age learn to read a newspaper in 30 days with 15 to 20 minutes per day? Or is this an oxymoron? Won't happen? And so that whole idea that a person can learn to read in a month, if they did every single day 15 to 20 minutes per day, was led to this disruptive way. And so the way, we don't learn except by our own effort. So the teacher may teach, but if you're not listening, you're probably absorbing very little. And by listening, we absorb very little. By doing is what we learn. By making those cognitive mind connections is where we learn. So this is where the idea began. First, for example, I had, for each letter, I had these different pictures. It went through iterations. It went through like an avalanche of thoughts were going through my mind, and I was testing them on learners, and I found what works best is the way we have presented. And what it also does is, like in 5 pages, you're learning the whole alphabet of Hindi, which is 52 letters. In the next 13 pages, you're learning all the matras, Ref and Paden, which is like accents on top of the letters, the consonants. So the vowels that go with different sound symbols, and they're learning that in another 15 to 20 days. So within 30 days, they're reading newspapers, and that's basically where it came from. I can't tell you a logical sequencing of events, because it was like, I was in the laboratory and in a frenzy, and these ideas kept coming, and we kept trying.
I see many of you are appreciating similar aspects of it. Rushita said the pictures, the book format, the process of learning, all are great. Sudhakar said the instruction in each page will guide the teachers how to use the contents. Very good, Sudhakar. So you paid good attention there. So at the bottom of each page, there's that prompt section, which are things like, okay, pair up, and then these are the activities we're going to do. So yeah, it's kind of, we don't have a separate textbook, separate teacher guide. It's all rolled into one, right? Shakra said the book can be easily read by the children, seeing the letters, and can frame the word easily. Great. Subra said it's really informative, interesting, and yeah, it's also colorful. Great. Superb bundle of multiple facets. Wow, thank you. So you can see it's a very simple, a very logical progression, as you saw there, going from simple single syllable words in which each letter makes only its most common sound, towards book 2, where the letters are, we're teaching different vowel and consonant combinations, we're teaching sentences, and they're reading comprehension passages, asking each other questions about that. So it's a very clear progression from simple to complex, which is very straightforward, step by step. I think it's time now to do an activity together, right? We've watched a lot of videos, we've had a lot of discussion. I'm really pleased with the interaction we've had in the chat. I think it will really come to life even more if we do an activity together. One of the activities which is there in the ALfA books. So I'm going to share my slide on screen, and I hope you've got a pen and paper with you. So please, if you don't, just grab it right now. Grab a pen and paper. And we've got these 8 letters here on screen, right? 8 letters, and the job is, your task is, try to find as many words as you can using just these 8 letters in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Grab your pen and paper, and you're going to find as many words as you can. Now, you can only use these 8 letters. So for example, if the letter M is not here, so I cannot make male, right? Because that has M in it. I can't use any letters that are not here on screen. Only these 8 letters. I can use these letters multiple times if I wish. If I make rat, then I can also make tar. Even though it's using the same letters, I can keep reusing those letters. So I hope that makes sense. We want to do this activity together. Sunita and I are here also. We'll also be doing it, right? And we want to, let's all do this activity together, and then we'll share afterwards in the chat. We'll reflect on our experiences. So I hope that's clear. If there's any doubts, you can post a question in the chat. You don't need to post the words that you make in the chat. We'll do that later on. For now, take a pen and paper and write it there. So I think that's clear.
Not in the chat, please. Not in the chat, because others will copy yours.
Okay.
So keep it very secret.
Okay, fantastic. Ready, steady, let's go. हमारा टाइल भी लगा लो, वीडियो टाइल. Okay, everybody, that's 1 minute. We've got 1 minute left. See how many words you can find. $30 left, everybody. Okay, stop. That's our 2 minutes up for everybody. So let's check how many words we were able to make, and let's also post in the chat how many words we got, and also what your longest word was, or what your most interesting word was. You can please post in the chat. So Sunita, how many did you get? Not that it's a competition. It's not a competition, anybody, but we just want to hear how many you got and what your longest or most interesting word was.
Yeah.
So Sunita?
So I got only 13.
Okay, that's pretty good though. And what was your longest word?
I had 2, clear and treat.
Okay, nice. So I think I've got 5, 10. I've got 12. So also not too many. But my longest word was tricycle. So, so we're just going to highlight some people as you're responding in the chat. Okay, Sudhakar got a total of 17. Well done, sir. Good job. Chingombe got lots of nice words. Great. Rinku also. Excellent. Himanshu got literate. Excellent, Himanshu. Very nice. Literacy was the word that we used to make choose these letters. So very nice, Himanshu. Literate. Beautiful. Wonderful. Sudhakar, long later. Okay. Great. So we also want to hear, even as you're posting there in the chat, we want to hear your thoughts. What do you think is the advantage of using an activity like this, So the ALfA books have lots of different literacy activities. Today, maybe we've only got the time to do this one with you, but that's just a taster, right? There's lots more of these types of activities. What do you think are the advantages of using these sorts of activities for doing reading and writing, as opposed to a more traditional approach? Sunita, what would be a traditional approach to teaching writing?
Well, we'll normally give them words to write in their notebook. So
Right.
we'll put them on the board, or we'll
Right.
call them out, or we'll dictate them. We'll have the children underline in their note in the textbook the words they need to copy and write. They'll be given a set of words. They'll not be given the opportunity to come up with their own words. And the beauty of this process for me is that Tom has made up a lot of words that I would not have thought of, and vice versa. I hope there are some that he has not made. So we together create a bigger vocabulary, a richer vocabulary. Another factor is that it takes by the time we write 5 words on the board and children are just watching us do so, or we dictate, or we go around the class checking everybody's doing the right thing, we've got between us some 25 words. And if we go to another pair, they'll have another maybe 20-30 words. Some children will have written like way more than some others. That's okay, because they're moving at a faster pace. And it's a joyfulness, that concentration of learning in 2 minutes, what you can accomplish in this process and in the prompts in general in ALfA is not possible to do in the traditional teacher-led approach. Even if you say, okay, everybody now think, pair, share, we're going to do these 5 things together. Yeah. So, but still that takes a lot longer. While this is the modality we're constantly working in, it's expected that everything will be done this way. So, and we're given, the idea. For example, now Tom picked out those letters of literacy and he put them on the board. Now we will be, the next activity will be that we'll be making a puzzle for each other. So, for example, we'll come up with our first names, Tom and Sunita. We'll take the unique letters of our first name and put them in a puzzle. And now we'll make words out of that, many words out of that. Or we'll think of some other thing. And every pair will think of something different from the others. And so they create their own loads and loads of activities that are modeled after the one activity that we give in the prompts.
So it's a pretty power-packed activity, as you're saying, because it's not just that we do this same activity exactly the same over and over again. Rather, there's so many different activities we can do based on this. With 8 letters, we're able to find so many words. We can make it harder. We can give only 6 or 7 letters. We can give 9 or 10 letters, and there'll be so many more words.
So much more ambitious. The children make long words. They make many more letters they put in their boxes or circles, and they quiz each other at the highest level. They're pitching things much higher than we will do.
And I see many of
as
you are
adults
are responding along similar lines. So Modesta said, this develops critical thinkers and problem solvers. Absolutely. So as we've been repeating again and again, it's not just about literacy and numeracy. Obviously, literacy and numeracy are really important, but we also want to be developing those 21st century skills. And through activities like these, we're doing both. Right? We're developing literacy and numeracy, and we're also building those skills of critical thinking, creativity.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Modesta, because that's exactly what we feel is even more important than the academic skill. Though they will acquire the academic skill and very quickly, but we're concerned about their other skills. And so by pairing children, we are giving them the opportunity to do these things as part of the design of the system of learning rather than as an external afterthought. So, for example, we're working all day long, every single day, we're working together with different children. So we are building citizenship. We are giving turns to each other. So I ask the first question, he asks the next. I make the first question, he makes the next. Or whichever way we do activities is always paired. So we learn to take turns, which is a skill that children don't know. They know how to raise hands. Ma'am, I don't know this, right? But do they know how to work with each other? If they come into a difficulty, do they run to the teacher or do they face each other and figure it out? If they can't figure it out themselves, they go to another pair and ask them. There's that feeling of wanting to know, solve things. There's so many, things that are being done in this process of learning to work with each other. The citizenship skills, the world citizenship skills, the character skills. Character is not built when the teacher is talking to the class. It's when we're working with each other, say, oh, he's stolen my pencil, and so if they ever end up with the teacher will say, well, go sort it yourself. You figure it out. and she might give some guiding principles of how to figure it out, how to do a peace table, how to resolve your conflicts, but she's not going to tell you how to resolve that particular conflict. So you learn those life skills. Then there is a lot of communication. So we say one of the 8C skills is communication. There's just tons of communication. If I'm formulating a question in my mind, I'm not just doing critical thinking and creativity, I'm also formulating that language. And I think asking questions is the highest form of learning. If I can ask good questions, that means I've understood the concept to a great extent.
Definitely.
And so forth. So, all the skills are developed very much as part of the process of learning rather than as an add-on.
Absolutely.
Like this month, we are going to do critical thinking. Or this month, we're going to do character education.
All of those things are part and parcel of the learning process. They're not icing on the cake. They are the cake.
They are the cake. In fact, that's a bigger part of the cake.
Yes.
I think, if you think of what's most important foundationally, and we're talking about foundational literacy and numeracy, foundationally, these 8 C's are far more important than academic learning. That's the next thing that we do consider important. Of course, they should know because that will serve them a lifetime as well. But you'd rather have a child who's good than one who's just acting smart and knows his stuff, but really doesn't have the qualities of the human being that are so necessary.
Yeah. I want to also highlight Pushpa's comment, is quite a good one. By working in pairs, children move forward by learning with their partner. There is a high-level social quality being developed in children. They also do some work when they see it by themselves. Yeah, absolutely. So they're working on their own. They're not passive recipients of knowledge. They're developing their own knowledge through that interaction. As several others have highlighted, right? These activities, they're very engaging. They're building vocabulary. They're creating lifelong learners, right? Even as adults, we quite enjoy this activity. So unfortunately, how many of us actually remember the things we were taught in school? Right? I see quite often, I see adults who, they've forgotten how to do division, right? Because because it's been so boring, right? The way we are taught in school was so boring. It does not develop us to be lifelong learners.
LCM, HCF, prime numbers.
Nobody remembers because it was so boring. So we need a very different form of education if we're going to develop lifelong learners. So I think this is terrific. Really happy with the level of engagement you guys are giving us in the chat. I think it's time. We've had a lot of good discussions. We've seen a lot of good videos. We've done some activities together. We're going to move on to numeracy. But before then, we've been talking about active learning. It's time to get a little bit physically active because we've been sitting down for about 2 hours. I know hopefully you've been glued to the screen. Hopefully it's been really engaging. I know I've been really energized by this, but now it's time for a physical energizer. So please join us, stand up. We're going to do a 2-minute exercise routine, and then we'll continue on with numeracy. So wherever you are, right, keep the video playing, and we're going to do a little dance together.
Just for 2 minutes.
So just a 2-minute dance, right? Because we need to get that blood flowing. We need to be active, not just mentally, but also physically. Now, it's always embarrassing to dance on screen, but we've also got some minions to help us, show us the dance moves.
We're not going to
so
be
please,
so much with you.
don't just watch us, right? That's just going to be embarrassing for us. Join us wherever you are. Get up and do some dances yourself.
Let's discover, let's explore your creation and so much more. It's exciting, can't wait to see what you have in store. Surrounded by waves
Well, that certainly got the heart rate going. So I hope you joined us and hope you enjoy it as well. I know looking at us dance is not much fun, and we're not very good dancers, that's for sure. But I hope you enjoyed if you danced yourself. So now it's time to move forwards with numeracy. So we had a good discussion about literacy just before that break. Now let's move forward with numeracy. And I want to remind you, if you don't have some already, please go into your kitchen, run and grab 2 different types of counters. It can be absolutely anything. So we've got, at the moment, we've got matchsticks and ice cream sticks. We'll be using matchsticks as 1s. We'll be using ice cream sticks as 10s. But you can have absolutely anything. It could be pebbles. It could be pebbles. It could be beans, could be leaves, could be sticks, could be pencils, could be absolutely anything. Run and grab it and post in the chat box what 2 things you're getting, right? And you'll need about 10 or 15 of each, okay? So it could be absolutely anything: beans, pebbles, sticks, leaves, whatever you like. Ropa, meanwhile, has asked a good question. She said, will the videos be shared? How can they be accessed later? Yes, absolutely. So this YouTube video is, the recording is going to be there. You can also, the videos that we've been showing you today, you can take this recording and you can cut those videos out of it as well. You can access them as well. So definitely,
And
please
also
do use this resource.
YouTube video, on our YouTube channel rather, for Devi Sansthan, you will see where you're watching right now. If you subscribe, you'll get notifications, but you can also go back to that same channel and watch all our previous videos of MOOT as well. So many of them are in English, some are in Hindi.
So as Mike is saying, yes, absolutely, it's possible to go through this later again. The recording will be available on YouTube. Please do watch it again. Please do share it with your colleagues. And we'll be running these sorts of trainings. We keep running these sorts of trainings, so you're most welcome to join us again at some future date as well. So please go grab some counters, right? Could be absolutely anything. You need 10 or 15 of 2 different types of counters. When you've got them, post in the chat box what you're going to be using today. I think last time we ran this, some people were using coconut shells.
Yes.
Some people were using nuts,
groundnut
groundnut shells.
Yes.
Very creative. Some people, of course, lots of teachers were using pens. Lots of teachers have 20 pens.
We've got people doing popsicle sticks and matchsticks at Rishita. Then Hina Iqbal is doing toothpicks and matchsticks.
Okay,
Brilliant.
great.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yep.
So keep grabbing your materials, right? And
Sudhaka's doing sticks, okay?
sticks, perfect. So we're going to be showing you a video, right? So grab your materials, get back for the video. The video is just encapsulating the numeracy, how ALfA works for numeracy. So we've seen a little bit of literacy, we've seen lots of footage of kids reading. We haven't seen as much of numeracy yet. So the next video focuses specifically on numeracy, the ALfA approach, and especially how we're using these concrete objects, how kids are asking each other questions, and how they're developing their mathematical skills and knowledge through that.
Now, there's a lot of creativity involved in collecting these materials. We don't want to be prescriptive. Let the children bring their materials from their home. Plus, we don't want to necessarily have to provide everything in advance. And of course, not plastic. We want everything to be climate conscious, selection by the children, and also adds to their creativity. For example, some might choose beans. Some might choose what? Tell me, your creativity.
Pebbles, sticks, leaves,
Marbles,
marbles, yes, pencils.
Leaves.
Could be anything. So let's go.
Pencils, erasers, pens, yeah, anything at all.
So that's great. Some, I think Shubhra has grabbed some spoons. Aisha has grabbed blocks. Fantastic, great. So we need 2 different counters, one which we'll use as 1s, one which we'll use as 10s. So while you're grabbing those, let's go on to the next video. Please watch it carefully. We want to hear your thoughts, your reactions in the chat afterwards about what you're noticing about the ALfA technique for teaching numeracy.
We are going to cover module 4.
All right.
We know about tens and ones,
Yeah.
but we are going to learn it in a different way. So one snap means 1 ones.
Okay.
Right. And then
One clap.
clap means 110.
110. All right.
Right. So here we go. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, it's your turn now.
Okay.
Give me some bigger number.
Bigger number. All right.
61.
You're right. High five.
Yes. I want my children to try this. Would you like to try this? So let's get started. Start.
$555. Excellent. Let's start one game. Okay. First, you will start. Okay. $431. Excellent. Now my turn. $420. The game name is 100 tens and ones. Can we start? Yes. First, I will tell you how to play. Sketch pen is for hundreds. Okay. Ice cream stick for tens. And the matchstick is for ones. Can you make 154? 154? Yes. You have done wrong. I have said 54. You have 54. Yes, you have right. See. No, Ikshit, you are doing wrong. See. It says come here. Okay, can you write 154 on the copy? Yes. Okay, good. First my turn, then your turn. What is position of this shelf? Column D, row 4. Okay, now your turn. Where is this flower? Column C, 5, row 5. Excellent. Now your turn. Okay, where this is duck? A column, row 2. Hello Anushka, today we are going to do data handling. Okay, so are we going to ask the questions? Yes. How many children like orange color? Okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 30 children like orange color. You are right. How many children like red color? Let I count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 children like red colors. You are right. I will make pictures and you will tell how many sticks I have used. Okay. How many sticks I have used to create this pattern? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have used 9 mastics to create this pattern. You are correct. Now you will ask. Tell how many I have used mastics to draw this pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have used 11 sticks to make this pattern. Let's check. Yes, you are right.
Wow, fantastic. So we want to hear your thoughts, your responses in the chat. What did you find most interesting about the ALfA approach to teaching numeracy? We saw lots of different activities that the kids were doing there together. We want to hear what the highlight was for you, what you found most interesting, what stood out for you. Sunita, what's your opinion as you saw that video again? What's really the key to the ALfA approach to numeracy?
Firstly, as you may have noticed, all of you, that the children were making different questions. It is not this one question the teacher may have made as a demonstration in front of the children. Now they're on their own. And they're on their own for a long time. When they're, even if they're doing something wrong, they know it immediately, or the child is there to support in that learning. So children are taking responsibility for each other's learning, which is a really one of the biggest outcomes of life skills that we need to imbibe in our children. That empathy for the other, helping them, and learning the language, how to say something so the other doesn't feel bad. So that refinement also takes place. The other thing is, the affirmation that the children are giving each other, excellent, well done. Now it's your turn. Now it's my turn. And so they're so just and fair, and they learn that right then and there.
You would have seen, though, in part of the video where the little girl was saying, "No, Akshit, you got it wrong." So it's both. It's definitely, there's the encouragement there, but there's also the self-correction, right? There's the feedback.
I would treat it as instant feedback.
Yes.
So imagine if a teacher had to say excellent to every single child for every single activity. But here, every child is saying excellent to each other all day long. So when they go home, they're happy because they've had so much positive affirmation and so much positive learning. And I think this is magical, totally magical. So I hope you're feeling the same way about the approach that you saw. Of course, learning is real, and learning is based on understanding. They know, they can feel the numbers in their hands. We know hands-on learning works well, but often it is teacher-led, child-centric, not child-led, and that's the point we want to make. The ALfA has to be child-led. They lead the show. They do their own thing.
Absolutely. And we see similar points you're making in the chat. Homemaker said students are creating their own questions. Exactly. So that's so much more interesting, right? If I'm just being given a question or given a worksheet, okay, these are 50 questions to solve, much more boring. Whereas if Sunita is giving me questions, I'm giving her questions, it's much more engaging.
Oh, I find it really, really interesting when children say, oh, I made a very challenging question for my partner. He could not answer it. And they love it that they're making difficult and more difficult questions. So it really engages their critical thinking, not even just creativity.
And that's exactly what Viola is saying also, that full participation in learning is building the 21st century skills, right? So they're not just learning maths, they're learning creativity and critical thinking here as well. Hina said it's very simplified, but thought-provoking skills in children, peer mentoring, empathetic, right? Really good. So you would have seen one of those activities that the kids were doing there was clapping and snapping. So we're going to take some time now. We'll do that activity ourselves with you. So you see that this is a very simple, very easy way to teach place value, right? Tens and ones, and you can build it up to 3 and 4 digit numbers as well. So we'll be doing that together. We want your responses in the chat. So I'm going to start by clapping and snapping a number for Sunita. Sunita will respond, but before Sunita responds, I want you guys to put in the chat what you think the number is. So just remember, as you would have seen in the video, a snap is 1 and a clap is 10. Okay, so I'm going to be representing a number.
It's okay that you don't get it right, because maybe you don't hear clearly in this particular medium, but the spirit of what we're doing, you can understand. So it's not about being right and wrong either.
We can see that sometimes it's hard in the video, but I think you'll be able to get it. And definitely in the class, when the kids are in front of each other, it's much easier for them. So here we go. I'm going to clap and snap a number. I want to hear your response in the chat box as to what number I made. Here we are. Ready? Okay, there's my number. I'm waiting. Sunita is waiting for your responses first. You want to hear in the chat what number I made. And this is exactly the sort of activity that kids will be doing with each other, right? They'll be in pairs, and it won't be that everybody's making the same number. The kids will be making different numbers for each other. So I see lots of people started responding. Vivek, Sudhakar, Amar. Great. 23. Perfect. Sunita, what was it? Did you?
23. Now it's
Okay, I
my
think
turn.
now it's your turn. So that's
Make a
another
question.
key part of this paired process. It's not just one way, it's both ways. So now it's Sunita's turn.
Okay, watch carefully.
Okay, Sunita was a bit more ambitious. So we want to hear your response in the chat box first. What number did she make? I'll be impressed if you got this, even despite the internet lag and anything. But let's see. Wow. Well done. Aman, Lavanya, Hina. Yeah, I think it was 86 also. Fantastic.
Very good.
Great.
Well done, Tom.
Great. So you can see what a
Well done,
joyful
everyone.
classroom, what an engaging classroom this is when kids are making their own questions for each other. And you can also see how this is quite a flexible activity because, okay, maybe they're starting with 2-digit numbers, but we can introduce 3-digit numbers also. So for us, for 3-digit numbers, we're going to have a clap here. We're going to make this 100. Okay.
So why don't we do 1,000 rather than do?
Go straight to 4-digit numbers?
Yeah,
Okay, why not? Let's do 4-digit numbers. Let's see how you guys go. Yeah. So for 4-digit numbers, we're going to have an overhead clap being 1,000. We're going to have a clap on the shoulder being 100. A clap in front is 10, and a snap is 1. So this is going to be a bit of a memory challenge for you all. But here we go. I'm going to clap and snap out a number for Sunita and for you all to respond in the chat. Ready?
Yep.
Here we go. Okay, that's a bit more challenging, but we want to hear your thoughts in the chat. What number did I make? It was a 4-digit number. What was it? Okay. Well done. Well done to you all. Aman, Rahul.
Everyone.
I think everybody got it.
Got it
Fantastic.
Right.
So it was, what was it?
2,345.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Sunita, your turn now.
Oh, don't ask me. Okay, never mind. I'll do it.
You can do it. Okay, everybody got that? We want to hear your answers in the chat. What number Sunita made? And Vivek is quick off the mark and correct as well. 4,811. That was what I got as well.
So now I want to make a different number just for fun of it.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Ooh, okay. Another number. This is the final one. We want to hear your response again in the chat box. I see, by the way, that some people are experiencing more of a lag. So if you're experiencing a lag, please drag your bar across to the bottom. You may have dropped out at some stage and now you're not seeing it live. So just drag your bar all the way across. Okay, this number, it looks like it confused people a bit more. But I think Lavanya got it right. 2021. That was what I got as well. Yeah. So you can see here that even this concept of having zeros at different parts of the number, which is often confusing, right? If we tell a child, okay, write 2021, often if they're in the traditional education system, they will struggle to write this number. Where do I put the zero? What do I do?
See, this was missing.
This was missing, right? There was zero of the hundreds. But this approach, it's very tangible, it's concrete, it's easier to understand. So in ALfA, of course, we want written work, right? There's a lot of written work in ALfA also. But the thing is, the written work is not there at the start. We're starting with the activity, with the hands-on activity, and we're building to the written work from that. And the written work makes so much more sense, is much easier, and it's much more fruitful afterwards. Whereas the conventional approach, the traditional approach is we're first going to start with a lot of written work, and then at the end, if we have time in the curriculum, then we'll do some activities, just as icing on the cake. In ALfA, it's the opposite of that. Wow, so fantastic. Most of you have responded in the chat. Great. So let's now consider how this works. So that was 2-digit, 3-digit, 4-digit numbers. Let's see how this works for addition. So you got your materials with you. I think some of you bought toothpicks, some of you bought matches, some of you got spoons, some of you got pencils. That's great. So get your materials out, and we're going to be doing a 2-digit addition problem together. So I'll just pull my slide up on screen here to show you how this looks in the ALfA materials. So this is a typical ALfA module in which there are there's some prompts at the bottom. You can see there's some word problems given, and there's a pictorial representation of how to solve the problem. Now the font size is not so big here, so I'm going to be showing you this in my next slides. I'm going to be showing you how this works. So we've got the number. The question is 28 plus 15. So I'd like you all to please get out, using your materials, represent 28 and then represent 15. In our case, I'm giving this question to Sunita. Sunita, you've got to get out 28, please. Get out 28 and then also get out 15. So I hope wherever you are, you've got your materials, pull them out and represent them. So you can see in 28, Sunita is pulling it out here, and it's there on my PowerPoint as well. You can see she's got 2 10s. So for us, 10s are ice cream sticks and matchsticks are 1s. You can choose whatever objects you like, whatever objects you have with you, make one of them 10s and one of them 1s. So she's getting out 28.
Can you please check I got it right?
Okay, I'm going to check. 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's 28. And now you've also getting out 15.
I have to get out 15?
Get out 15 as well. So wherever you are watching, please do get it out yourself as well. It's going to be much more interesting if you're doing it yourself rather than just watching us do it. So we're getting out 15 now. If I go back to my slide, I'll show you with 15. So with 15, I've got 1 ice cream stick and 5 matchsticks. So Sunita has also gotten it out, 28 plus 15. I hope you've gotten it out yourselves. Now, I want to hear in the chat box, will Sunita start by adding the matchsticks, or will she start by adding the ice cream sticks? I want to hear your response in the chat box. Matchsticks or ice cream sticks? What will she begin adding? I want to hear your thoughts, and I hope wherever you are that you've gotten the materials out yourself, you're doing it yourselves. You'll definitely enjoy and get more out of the activity by doing it rather than just watching it. So is Sunita going to start by adding matchsticks, or is she going to start by adding ice cream sticks? We're waiting for your thoughts in the chat.
So we got answers already.
Rushita said matchsticks. Absolutely.
So I'll take her cue.
Okay.
I'll believe that that's correct.
That's correct.
We add the ones first.
So Hina, that's right. Amar, exactly. So we're adding the matchsticks first. I'll show you that in my PowerPoint as well. Sunita is adding her matchsticks. She's adding those 8 and 5 matchsticks. So how many matchsticks did you get, Sunita? Can you check?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
13, great. So we've got 13 matchsticks here. Now, what are we going to do with these 13 matchsticks?
We're going to trade 10 for an ice cream stick. 10 matchsticks for an ice cream stick.
Okay, okay. 10 matchsticks for an ice cream stick. Great.
From the bank, I've taken 1 ice cream stick.
Okay, excellent. So Sunita has exchanged, if I show you on my slide as well, she's exchanged 10 matchsticks for 1 ice cream stick. So those 10 matchsticks are disappearing. In exchange for them, there's 1 ice cream stick. And now she's starting to group the ice cream sticks as well. So we can see, Sunita, how many matchsticks do you have left now?
3.
3, okay, great. And how many ice cream sticks do you have?
I've got 4.
Right, we can see on the slide as well, the ice cream sticks are getting grouped together. So we've got 4 ice cream sticks and 3 matchsticks. So what number did you get?
43.
Nice one, well done. So I hope wherever you are, you were able to do that with your own hands-on materials. Obviously, it's a very simple addition problem, but the main point is, well, let me ask you, what do you think is the advantage of doing it with the hands-on materials as opposed to just teaching with the written form, right? In the traditional education system, it would just be me as the teacher writing it on the board. Okay, this is 28, this is 15. We add 8 and 5, we write 3, we carry 1. that would be how we'd be teaching it in the traditional system. So we want to hear your thoughts. What is the advantage of using this sort of hands-on approach rather than just teaching it theoretically? I'm posting that question in the chat as well. What's the advantage of using hands-on activities like this rather than using...
children understand the concept of carryover?
Right.
You know, how does ice cream sticks become
Right. So
massive become ice cream sticks?
So we're asking this question in the chat for you as well. What's the advantage of using these sorts of hands-on activities instead of just teaching theoretically with the written approach? Meanwhile, I want to point out, Lavanya was asking, why are we adding matchsticks first rather than ice cream sticks? That's a good question. So anybody is welcome to respond to her in the chat. Sunita, would you like to also address that? Why are we adding matchsticks rather than ice cream sticks first?
Well, if we go by the idea of units, then tens, then hundreds, then thousands, if you go the other way around, it goes all wrong. So the logic of it is basically we start with the smallest unit of numbers. We add them up and see how many they are. If there's more than 10 of them, we trade them for the next higher number, and so forth. So that's something we need to let our children know, that we always begin with the matchsticks.
Right. You'll see very soon we'll be doing a division problem though, and there you'll see it is a bit different. So yes, it's a good point. So I'm seeing people responding in the chat. Rushida said it's self-correcting. They can see the regrouping. Very good. Exactly right. So if I'm just doing a written problem, I'm not able to correct my work maybe. I'm not able to check my work. Whereas when I'm doing it with the hands-on materials, I'm much more likely to get the correct answer. In fact, I'm seeing Sunita, what she's doing. I'm not going to lose a matchstick, hopefully, right? Hopefully I'll keep them all neatly arranged here, and I'll be able to get the right answer. Because I'm using those hands-on materials.
Now, that's really important point, that children sometimes they'll keep their bank of resources very near where they're making the actual sum or solving it. So I think they need to learn to put the ice cream sticks and the matchsticks in a very neat way and facing the right way always. To the right of the tens will be the ones. To the left of the tens will be the hundreds. They need to learn certain mannerisms and how to put things so that they don't get confused in their own hands-on learning.
Absolutely. I see lots of you more responding in the chat. You're saying that this activity is very good to understand place value. And you're exactly right. We see that sometimes kids in the traditional system, the number 28, they'll say, okay, that's 2 and 8, that's 10. Right? They don't understand the difference between, okay, these are ones and these are tens. Now, when you're using the concrete materials, it makes more sense. You can't just add the matchsticks with the ice cream sticks directly because they're two different things, right? So that's why we're adding the matchsticks separately. Then we're carrying. We understand this carrying to mean those 10 matchsticks being grouped to make one ice cream stick. So that concept, it all makes much more sense when you're doing it with the hands-on materials. If you're just doing the written work, you'll often ask a child, okay, why did you put this 1 here? You wrote 3 here. Now, why did you carry 1 here? What does that mean? They won't be able to tell you very often because they're just doing it by rote memorization. They're doing it like a machine, right? They know the process, but they don't understand the process. Whereas when they're doing these hands-on activity way, they're going to understand more deeply what it is they're actually doing. See, Somya is saying place value can be learned through understanding. They're holding the materials. Experiential learning is more impactful. That was Hina. Hands-on approach helps learners to grasp concepts easily. That was Ropa. Learning by doing helps learners to grasp concepts quickly. It's easy to understand. That was Mopumlelo. Not sure how to pronounce that name, but good comment. Absolutely.
Yes, very nice. Wonderful. Wow.
So great. We've done a couple of activities together. Now it's time to have a look at inside the books, right? We saw inside the literacy books. Next video will be showing you inside the numeracy books, how it builds from simple to complex. So we want you to share your thoughts on the structure of the numeracy books. We'll also be doing more activities after that. Before then. Yeah.
Now, I wanted to say that when you look at the numeracy book, it's only 28 pages. And because 2 of us will be sharing as a pair, it impacts only 14 pages worth of material per child. Because the material will be shared with, let's say, different classes, therefore, 14 can get to like 2 pages, ridiculously low, or even 1 page, depending on whether we use it with different batches. First batch just 45 days, next batch just another 45 days, and so forth. So I wanted to point that out, that it is possible that with just 28-page booklet, which has cover pages, it has instruction pages, handful of pages. You can teach grade 3, even grade 4 level mathematics from ground zero. The very first module, as you will see, is about learning numbers 1 to 10, except that's a half-page module. And it also teaches, the same model teaches the concept of zero, and it also teaches the concept of even and odd numbers, just with that half page. In a regular textbook, that's about 50 pages of work. Now, imagine 50 pages versus half a page. And which are they going to learn better from? That's the other question. Question is to you. You'll answer that after watching this process that we've been going through, and make your own determination which is better, that half-page ALfA module versus 50 pages of a textbook and possibly another 50 pages of a workbook.
So let's watch the video, and then we want to hear your thoughts in the chat afterwards. The ALfA program teaches numeracy swiftly and easily. Let's take a look inside the structure and flow of the numeracy book. The inside front cover shows a reminder of the key principles of the ALfA approach to numeracy, children working in pairs, using physical objects, and making connections with their everyday life. It also reminds that ALfA numeracy teaches skills that are important for children in any grade of primary school. Each module's name is an I can statement. For instance, I can write numbers 1 to 10. Each module has a pictorial representation of whatever activity the students will do and prompts below explaining it. The teacher can help the children form pairs and read the prompts. Module 3 encourages children to learn and write a family member's mobile number. Module 4 introduces the concept of matchsticks as ones and ice cream sticks as tens, extending counting and writing numbers up to 20. Maths is about more than just numbers and operations. The ALfA numeracy books interweave many different concepts throughout, making strong connections with daily life. We then extend counting up to 100, including showing a number board. The idea of a clap as 10 and a snap as 1 is also introduced. Children become increasingly confident with recognizing and writing two-digit numbers, as well as representing them using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. The next modules teach single-digit addition and subtraction. Children solve the given problems using matchsticks and also in writing. They then make more questions for each other. We go on to addition and subtraction with two-digit numbers, again using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. The pictorial representation shows the concept of carrying in addition, that is, exchanging 10 matchsticks for 1 ice cream stick, and also borrowing in subtraction, that is, exchanging 1 ice cream stick for 10 matchsticks. The next page takes it all a step further, introducing hundreds and thousands. We then extend addition and subtraction to 4-digit numbers. The same concepts of carrying and borrowing are used. Children solve the given problems and then make more questions for each other. The next modules teach multiplication as repeated addition. That is, 5 times 4 means adding 5 together 4 times. Children construct the times table themselves and start to remember them. The same concept of repeated addition also works for multiplying 2 by 1-digit numbers, again using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. We teach division by grouping objects. Children represent a number, for instance 48, using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. They then divide it into equal piles, in this case 4 piles. Again, children make more questions for each other. ALfA also explains long division for large numbers. Children represent the problem using chits of paper, distribute the number into equal piles, and then take change, for example, exchanging 100 chit for 10 tens chits when needed. We then introduce the calendar. Children ask each other questions about their birthdays and various festivals and holidays. They compare which months have how many days. Children also learn how to tell the time. They can spin the hand of a toy clock and ask each other what time it is. Further modules introduce money. Toy money is provided for children to play shopping games, which further builds confidence with number operations. The next modules focus on measurement. Children have fun using irregular measures like paces and handspan to measure the classroom and objects in it. One page focuses on length. First, centimeters and meters, with children measuring each other as if at a tailor's shop, then kilometers with a fun geography activity. The next modules introduce volume in liters and milliliters. Children bring bottles, glasses, and containers to do fun activities measuring water. Children also ask each other questions comparing the weights of different items and can even make their own weighing balance. ALfA also introduces fractions using pictorial representations and cutting or coloring pieces of paper. The next page has a number story. More than separate word problems, a number story involves children with multiple questions that build on each other. This story spans the different operations as well as concepts of weight, volume, and time. So you can see that with this simple book and a technique of hands-on paired learning, children can learn numeracy swiftly and easily thanks to ALfA. Wow, great. So we want to hear your thoughts again in the chat. What you found interesting about the structure of this book. As Sunita shared, it's a very thin booklet, only about 28 pages in English. And so, yeah, what did you notice about the structure of the booklet, how it's laid out, how it progresses from simple to complex? We want to hear your thoughts in the chat. Sunita, as we're waiting for people's responses, I want to hear your thoughts as well. As to, you were asking earlier, is it better to do half a page or 50 pages, right? Yes. I want to challenge you. I want to play the devil's advocate. Supposing we're talking about practice, right? And how important practice is to build skills, then wouldn't 50 pages be better? If you're dropping the environmental perspective for a moment, wouldn't it be better to have 50 pages so that the kids are practicing a lot?
So 50 pages of abstract versus half a page of hands-on learning and deeper engagement with that learning, and multiple times practicing with that learning and different modalities, like using beans and matchsticks to match 1:1 correspondence, placing them with the number chits as even and odd numbers. The concept of zero is nothing. So I pick up something in one hand, pick up nothing in another hand, and I go to my partner and say, which has something, right? And he says, this one. I open it, and it says 3. Oh dear, it's not nothing. So this is nothing, So they learn all these concepts so much deeper when they're doing it on their own. So is deeper better or superfluous doing it 50 times, but actually never even a single time fully understanding what it is they're doing? So if you tell a child, show me from this number, pick me 8, it'll be difficult for them to immediately do that. Or recognize on a sheet of paper which is bigger, or even say which is bigger. So I think that here they can, because they're dealing with numbers with their hands. They'll also learn which is bigger, which is smaller. So actually one more concept, which is half page. So obviously, it's environmentally friendly. Half a page means you're hardly spending any climate footage, no footprint. Then secondly, it is more joyful learning. It's more scientifically researched methods, because hands-on always connects the mind better. The mind connections are made better. It's more permanent learning. It's more retention of the concepts.
So I think what you're saying is a really important point, that even though it's only half a page, there's actually a lot of practice going on there, right? Maybe it's not all written there, but the kids are doing a lot with each other. As we saw earlier with that clapping and snapping activity, right? We only introduced that in half a page as well, but there's so many different things they can do as a result of that. So whereas the conventional workbook, it just takes you 10 minutes to fill in one worksheet, then you go on to the next worksheet, 10 minutes of that.
You're
wasting 2 minutes, just done. Right?
Connect, count and write.
So it's quite repetitive.
And it's writing immediately rather than concept building. It has to be first concepts, then writing.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, many of you are appreciating similar things. Rushita is saying the book looks self-explanatory, really good. So it's as you were noticing, there's all those prompts in the bottom which are there to help the teacher. Revisiting the materials, they do hands-on, makes the learners confident, and above all, learning is fun. Absolutely, Rushita. Sudhakar said it's real-life learning. Mike said the practical aspect of the class that involves role plays. Right. So you would have seen that the teacher is demonstrating a bit at the start of the class, and then the kids are doing it themselves. Lokadia said it teaches from simple to complex.
Absolutely.
Right. It's a simple progression. Bioler said it makes learning funny and joyful, especially with the concrete materials. Rahul says TLM and workbook structure is good. Build their concept in a short time. Getting real life experience. Somia said the book is really effective. It really moves each page. Every practice is so designed that it covers the FLN concept, carrying the government curriculum. Absolutely. So as we were discussing earlier, when you're implementing this, set aside 45 days. You don't need to cover the government curriculum or your set curriculum in that time. Use these books, and you'll find when you return to your curriculum later, the kids will be able to engage with it much more swiftly and at a deeper level. They'll be able to understand it more. Fantastic. So I think it's time. We've just got time for one more activity, right, before we move towards discussing the roles of teacher in the ALfA classroom. So let's do one more activity together. One of my favorites. We're going to do what do I call the 1, 2, 3 activity. So if you've got your pen and paper there, right, you can take your paper and make 3 little paper chits with it. So make 3 paper chits and write on one chit 1, on a second chit 2, and a third chit 3. So we're going to all do this together. You would have, if you were paying close attention, you would have seen this module there in the video earlier. So 1, 2, and 3, we're going to write on our paper chits. So I'm going to show mine, hold mine up to the camera very soon. So here I've got 1. Okay, there's my 1. Then I'm writing 2. So I hope you guys are all making your own. 1, 2, and finally 3. I see Sunita is very keen on conserving paper. Even here, she's made much smaller chits than me. But I'm showing mine to the camera. So 1, 2, and 3. So make these 3 chits. Okay. And now we're going to arrange and rearrange these chits to see how many numbers we can form with them. Okay. So for example, if I write 1, 2, 3, that makes 123, right? 123. So I'm going to write that down on a separate piece of paper. I'm going to note down 123. Then I'm going to rearrange my digits again and see what other number I can make. For example, I can make 132. That's 132. So keep arranging and rearranging your numbers, and we want to see how many numbers you can make. So I think it'll just take you a minute. Keep arranging and rearranging and find out which numbers you can make. So I'm almost finished. I think lots of you will also be almost finished. And when you're done, you can post in the chat box how many numbers you were able to make. Using those 3 chits of paper as you arranged and rearranged, how many numbers you were able to make. So Kalyani made 321, that's right. And total, how many different numbers were you able to make? Sunita and I have both finished. We've made our little lists. Bhavni, Sudhakar are also done. You guys have made 6 each. That's great.
Modesta is saying it's easier to understand concrete examples and it's more fun and children are more engaged.
Absolutely, Modesta. Totally agree. Okay, Nuwandi, Chingombe, Rahul, lots of people are done. You've got 6 numbers. Fantastic. Sunita, how many did you get?
I got 6.
Same for me. Great. So now I want to ask you perhaps the more important question. What type of concepts are we learning through this activity? Right? If we do this activity in the classroom, what concepts are the kids learning through this? And while I wait for your responses on that, Sunita, I want to ask you, so this is a nice activity. How could we modify this activity, right? This is half a page that we take to introduce this activity. Now, suppose the kids want to take it further or they want to do something different with this. What would be some ideas for what they can do?
So we give them numbers, let's say 1, 2, 3 as a demonstration. And they're going to do higher numbers, maybe 7, 8, 9, maybe 5, 6, 7. So 3-digit numbers they can do. They can also go down to 2-digit numbers and see that, it makes so many. Then 3, how many does it make? 4, they can go to 4 numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever they wish. And they co-create their own questions, and then they write down the sequences that they can make. Obviously, as you will have noticed, that the children can go in a systematic way or a haphazard way. So it's better to go a systematic way. So for example, already if 1 is in the first place, so continue with the 1 and see how many of the other 2 numbers can move around. Then you take the 2 as in the first place and then so on. So basically, they're learning place value, but they're also learning a lot of other critical skills. So as you can guess, and you can probably comment on in the chat box.
Absolutely. And I see lots of people are commenting. They also got 6 numbers. That's great. And Bueller said it's developing critical thinking skills and creativity. Exactly right. So if I just, much like the writing activity, if I just give some written numbers on the board and say, okay, everybody, write this down in your notebook, you're not really developing creativity or critical thinking. Whereas here, you're developing your number sense, you're developing your sense of place value, and you're also developing those 21st century skills. Rahul said it's arranging and sorting numbers. Sudhakar said how to create 3-digit numbers, ascending numbers, descending numbers, right? Ascending and descending order. Bueller said, yeah, create critical thinking skills. So you're exactly right. So through this one simple activity, which has many different iterations, many different versions, the kids are learning a whole variety of skills, both mathematical skills and life skills through this.
So when we talked about that you like wind up a toy, and it goes for a long time. So you wind up a toy, the children working in pairs, and say, okay, this is the kind of task you're going to do in your pairs. And you sit back and relax. They are active, you're passive. But you're not passive because you're still observing. And at the same time, you're taking pictures and videos to post on the website, on the groups, to share your successes and for yourself to create a lifelong portfolio of your work. With the children, you're maybe making really good high quality questions, you're maybe correcting the weekly tests that the children are going to get in ALfA, that the children will co-create the tests, by the way, and there's a beautiful way in which they do so. And after that, the teacher gets the children to correct their own work, and then the teacher gets it finally. We don't use red pen or any pen at all. Have the children underline a mistake that they may have made, or their pair may have made, and then they make the corrections, and then the teacher gets it after it's been corrected. So teacher just stamps it saying great, but they don't even write great or excellent or well done. They don't write, they don't mark mistakes with a cross. They just underline a mistake that may have been missed by the child in pencil. So children make their corrections on the same page or the next page, and after they've corrected, they make a second underline. So that way, the teacher and they themselves know that they've corrected their mistakes, because instant feedback must be followed by immediate corrective action. And if the corrective action is not taken then and there, children are not going to go back to that a week later when you bring back stacks of homework corrected by yourself. So it's better that the children correct themselves. The highest form of learning is self-learning. The highest form of correcting is self-correction. So, and in this case, the peers can help each other as well to make sure that all the children, every child, their pair, understands the concepts involved and has corrected all the mistakes.
Absolutely. And so, for example, in this activity, supposing I had only made 5 numbers, I would be looking at Sunita and say, oh, she's got 6. Now, then I'll be checking her list and I'll be comparing, oh, which one did I miss, right? Or supposing I made 7, Sunita would be looking at my list and should be finding, is there a duplicate somewhere, right? So the pairs are correcting each other, they're helping each other. Supposing both of us have made the same mistake in a pair, we've both got only 5 numbers, we'll be checking with another pair, right? Another pair might help us. So the whole process is driven by the kids themselves. And through that, they're learning not just the numeracy skills, but also those 21st century skills, as you guys are sharing in the chat. So I think that's a good segue. We've done lots of good literacy activities. We've done some good numeracy activities. Now it's time to finally talk about this 21st century skills, right? We've discussed this briefly in passing, but it's time to watch a video in which we really delve into how does ALfA develop these 6C skills, right? How does ALfA build collaboration, build critical thinking, build creativity? So in the next video, we want to watch it carefully, and we want to hear your thoughts in the chat afterwards about how we can best inculcate those 21st century skills, which are so important for our kids.
Good morning, Antarctica. Today we are here to understand how ALfA class will help children to be a better future-ready citizens. So I have Ankita ma'am, Farah ma'am, and Jaya ma'am here. So Farah ma'am, would you like to share views?
Actually, in ALfA classes, we emphasize more on building of 6Cs. Now, what are these 6Cs? 6Cs are those skills which helps in the overall holistic development of the child, and hence it prepares the children themselves for future ready citizens.
Ma'am, please can you explain what are these 6 C's?
Yes, surely. 6 C's, as the name suggests itself, it's 6 different skills of learning, like critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, citizenship, and character building.
He went and jumped on a box. This box is too hard, said, oh, Tommy. Oh, this box is too hard, said Tommy. Then Tommy saw another box. This box is too soft, said Tommy.
A good job, Farah ma'am. So what did you learn from here?
Thank you, Ankita ma'am, for helping me, and thank you for keeping up patience with me. The same word I was not able to read again and again, but you did not lose the patience. So thank you so much.
Good job.
So we have learned a virtue from this, a value from this.
What is that?
That is helpfulness.
Correct. And be patient.
Okay, since Ankita ma'am, you helped me, so I have something for you. I have prepared a badge for you.
Oh, wow.
And on it, I have written, Helpful Ankita.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So children, did you understand that we have learned a virtue from today's class? That is helpfulness. Now, when you will work with your partners, you are also going to take care of them and help them. Understood?
Let's do some reading. Okay. I think we need different means of transporting. Go for what is another means of. Should I help you again? Yes. It's transport. Thank you. Are also used to carry goods. Some common means of transport in the kits are. You did a great job. Thank you, Tammy. You are a very helpful boy. I have something for you. This is for you. I have made this for you.
Can you join all the sounds and guess the word?
I can try.
Absolutely.
J. E. T. Jet.
Jet. Absolutely right. Great.
Ma'am.
I was collaborating with you. We both were working together, right?
What is collaboration?
Collaboration when we work together for certain thing, for some task, right?
Like we did just now?
Yes.
I was faltering in reading and you helped me.
In case if I'm not able to read any word, then you are going to guide me. You're going to help me. That is called collaboration.
Okay, so collaboration means working together
As a
and
team.
helping each other so that if anyone is facing any problem, we can solve the problem of that person. That is collaboration.
So children, now you all are going to do in a similar way, right? If your partner is not able to understand anything, so we'll take that as an ownership and we'll guide that partner. So can we do that? Yes. Okay, let's get started.
What is the first picture? This is a what? What is the first sound of the picture? Yeah. No. See again the picture? Yeah. No, it will be verb. It is yam or it is van? Van. So it will be verb. Okay.
Today we are going to do an activity where you are going to read a chapter and ask the questions to your partner. In this way, you will be able to enhance your critical thinking.
Today we will read EVS Animals chapter Animals Around Us. Okay. We see different types of animals around us. They are both big and small. They live on land, in water or on trees. Now your turn. Animals like cat and horse live on land. Animals like dolphin and shark live in water. And animals like monkey and bats live on trees. Now from this page we will ask some questions. Okay. We see different types of animals around us. or one type of animal? We always see different types of animals around us. Okay, now it's your turn. Okay. Should we take good care of our pets? Yes, we should take good care of our pets.
This will enhance your creativity and you will be able to understand how to use your waste materials.
Let's make the pattern board. Okay. It's right. Well done.
What is the connection between 6Cs and ALfA classes?
Actually, ma'am, I feel if a child is taught through ALfA process, he possesses all the skills which are needed for securing jobs in future and make him better citizens.
And also, Ankita ma'am, in ALfA classes, like they learn to work in pairs. They do random pairing, they take turns to ask questions. So they are responsible for their learning as well as the learning of their partner, right? So it helps them to converse better, they collaborate with each other, and they become more confident and responsible in the class. This is what I felt.
Great. So very interesting to see how the ALfA process is developing those 21st century skills. We want to ask you also, looping back to the, you would have recalled earlier a compare and contrast video and the role plays we were doing. So we're talking a bit about the traditional education system. So we want to now ask you another audience poll question. How successful do you feel that the traditional education system, that rote learning, that teacher-centered, teacher-led approach, how successful is that in developing those 21st century skills? So that's appearing for you as an audience poll. We want to hear your thoughts. How good is our current education system, the traditional education system, in terms of building these skills, these vital skills of collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity? So please do vote in the audience poll. We want to hear your thoughts. Sunita, let's hear from you. As a child, what was your experience in the education system? Were you taught to be creative? Were you taught to be a critical thinker?
No, I think most of us will agree that that was not priority for our teachers. They wanted to get the syllabus completed, and they still do today. You know, all our teachers want to complete the syllabus. But what if you told them you can do 3 times the syllabus if you do it the ALfA way? So that's, I think, definitely to be questioned and challenged. I definitely felt I was not a good student. I therefore never did much hard work. And this is, also what uh, Carol Dweck found in her research, and she summarized that in her book called Mindset. That children very early on, we create a fixed mindset about ability. I can, I cannot, I'm not good enough, I'm really good, and both are dangerous. Whether you think I'm really good or not so good. And she felt she was a really tremendous athlete and a very good gymnast, but when she didn't win, it broke her. And how these things are very important to consider when we reconstruct a new education, which we must.
Absolutely. Really, really crucial to reconstruct. I'm thinking back to my own school days, which are not as long ago, but I remember that, yes, the teacher would write things on the board and I would just be copying them down. And my mum, at a parent-teacher meeting once, when I was in grade 5, she asked, when will Tom be able to write his own answers to questions as opposed to just copying off the board? And the teacher said, oh, that's very difficult. In grade 10, he'll be able to do that. And we changed schools after that. So I think lots of you have voted in the audience poll. 16 have voted. If you haven't voted, please vote now. I'm going to be closing that very soon. We want to hear your thoughts on the traditional education system. How successful or not is that in developing those 21st century skills? So I think we can close it then. We can hear. Can we close the poll and we'll see the responses?
Yeah, you don't need to wait.
So let's see what you've said. Most people have said rarely successful. Some have said not at all successful, and only a few have said highly successful. Yeah, I think that's right. Even 11%, I think that's optimistic. I don't think it's very successful at all. So then the question comes, well, what are the best ways to teach these skills? If I just share my PowerPoint here again, just so that we can see these eight skills. You would have seen the video is talking about 6 skills. We've added 2 more since we made that video. Right? We're also talking about climate consciousness, really important. As Sunita has been discussing, these books have very few pages. They're very environmentally friendly. Along with that, we've got some interesting modules about climate change, specifically about environmental issues. We want our kids to really be engaged with the environment. And the 8th one there you'll see is connection. So really important for kids to be building that connectivity with each other, with their wider community. So that makes 8 skills, as you can see there. So what do you think are the best ways to teach these 8C skills? Most of us are agreeing that the traditional education is not so successful. Teaching from a textbook, teaching from with the teacher at the front is not so successful. So what are the best ways to teach these skills? How can we inculcate them? I'm waiting for your responses in the chat. I'm seeing Arif also has said it's rarely successful. We can't completely remove it from government school. Lots of teachers are coming from the traditional methods in spite of giving a lot of training, but it's time to move on. Absolutely, Arif, we totally agree.
Actually, the training is not necessarily aligned to ALfA. It's a different kind of training. It has a lot of great elements to it, but what we are talking about is a paradigm shift. We're talking about a wildly different, a highly disruptive way of teaching and doing, in which the teachers are not teaching at all. In fact, they're using other skills.
Absolutely. So we're looking forward to your responses on if the traditional approach, as we are agreeing, is not so successful, then what approach will enable us to teach these 8 skills? We want to hear your thoughts in the chat. I also want to show you my next slide, right, which discusses this in a bit more detail. So how does ALfA work? How does ALfA help develop these skills? So we can see, as we've seen a lot today, children are working in pairs, right? So that makes a big difference in terms of developing communication and collaboration skills, right? That's pretty obvious. Also, the fact that we are making fresh pairs, right? The fact that I'm sitting with Sunita today, I'm sitting with Nishant tomorrow, I'm sitting with Piyush next day. So we keep changing it up. So it means I'm interacting with kids from different backgrounds, right? So that's helping us develop our citizenship skills, our character. Kids are making questions for each other, as we saw in numeracy, right? That's developing creativity and critical thinking, as you were saying. And then developing that climate consciousness as well through role plays and short stories. And finally, children are getting connected with each other and with the broader community, and that's really key to social and emotional well-being. Wouldn't you say, Sunita? That's a huge...
Social emotional well-being is really, really important. We are calling it connectedness. And actually, it's beyond being able to communicate, collaborate. I can collaborate with you, but I'm not connected to you. So connection is very important, which means I empathize with you. I feel when you're not feeling so good today. I understand that that this particular thing I have had to help you with, but there's another thing you've helped me with. I encourage you by saying, well done, that's brilliant. And he says the same to me, my pair, and that's every single day. So that builds social, emotional bonds and well-being, a feeling of well-being. A lot of mental problems that children get later on is because of rejection, because of feeling I'm not good enough, or because people don't care for me, because I don't have so many friends. Now here, everybody is a friend of yours. So, the well-being happens from there, begins from there, from the classrooms.
Absolutely. So social emotional well-being, as some people are sharing in the chat, it is absolutely crucial. Rushida said, social, emotional, and ethical components part of the activity. Mohita was saying students feel more confident, feel better engaged, better connections. It's making the experience personal through continuous feedback. Absolutely. So that's what we feel is these skills, they cannot be taught from a textbook, right? They cannot be taught by me telling you, be more creative, think more critically, be nicer, be more compassionate, right? That's not how we develop these
Be more
skills.
honest.
Be more honest, right?
Have more integrity.
You can't learn that by somebody telling you to do it. You can only learn it through practice, and that's the key. That the core of ALfA is it's very practical, right? We've seen all those activities, those hands-on materials. So these skills as well, they can only be learned through practice. Practice makes perfect. Lecture does not.
So there is the process of normalization that we need to have the children go through. And it's a new normalization. It's a new norm in teaching, learning, and being, and existing in activities and so forth. So what is the new norm? New norm is working with pairs, not raising your hands when you have a difficulty, solving your own difficulties on your own, taking responsibility for each other, taking turns, talking in a certain way, communicating in a certain way. So all these new norms the children need to learn, and these are valuable life skills, because when we grow up and go to any kind of workplace, whether it's our own created business or we go and work someplace, we'll have to work in collaboration with others, and they learn that right from pre-kindergarten. They're learning from age 3. And so they are master at it. They know how to empathize, they know how to negotiate, they know how to solve conflicts, etc.
Absolutely. So many of you are sharing in the comments as well that socio-emotional well-being is really important, especially after COVID. So I totally agree. Lots of people have struggled a lot during COVID. They've felt isolated. So it reminds us that education is about much more than just academics, right? It's about feeling connected and feeling well. So I'm conscious of the time, right? And it's especially because we've had so much great engagement with you guys through the chat. It's really terrific. We're going to have to skip through some parts of our presentation, which is okay. And I want to remind you, please do subscribe to our channel, right? We run these sorts of trainings frequently. There's lots more great videos you can check out on our YouTube channel. You can also check out past trainings, previous trainings, where we've gone in even more depth. In the past, we've done 2 separate 3.5-hour sessions, one for literacy and one for numeracy. And of course, the best teacher is practical experience. So take up our materials. We'll be sharing you a quiz very soon. Do that. Take up our materials, try them out in the classroom, and share your videos with us also, right? You've seen quite a few nice videos today. Next MOOT, we want to be able to take the videos that you produce from your classroom. We want to see your kids doing those activities together. Click a video, share it with us, and you'll see in the next MOOT, maybe it'll be your classroom that's being showed and talked about.
So we are sharing everything with you in a spirit of sharing, in a spirit of engaging with you from our side as much as possible. Please seek out any help you need from us in implementing. For example, right now we are today the training has included people from Kenya. Ever so grateful to the team of Salim and from EdTech Nigeria, and from Zimbabwe, the Ministry of Education, the teachers who have come through the Ministry of Education, and of course, all the educators who have joined us today. It's a blessing to have you there with us. We request in return just one favor, and that is to share your videos and your classroom successes or even frustrations with us, so we can be a part of that process. We want to know what happens downstream from when we give you the materials. The materials are going to be given to you as an app that we'll share with you in the emails that you'll be putting in the quiz. And after that, you will be able to use them directly if you have a digital classroom. If not, then you can probably print a handful of them at a very low cost and share them across your classes and between your children, so that it's possible. And then, of course, we are asking the governments to come into this, so they'll actually print it at their end. And this is, again, going to cost hardly anything for them to print and give to their countless children across their countries.
Definitely. So I want to share my last couple of slides with you to dwell a little bit on what the role of the teacher is in the ALfA classroom. We've been talking a lot about what the students are doing in pairs, what the activities they are, but you may be wondering, okay, what's the role of a teacher? So we don't have the time to go through all of this, right? But let's just look at the classroom steps. What are the basic steps of an ALfA classroom? Now here you'll see, if we just flick forwards a little, yeah. So we won't watch this video. You can watch this video at a later time. We'll keep going. Keep going. What the metaphor we like to use is that the teacher is like the bread in a sandwich, right? So in a sandwich, you've got 2 loaves of bread and you've got a lot of good things, a lot of juicy things in between them. Now, that's the role of the teacher. The teacher is there at the front end of the class and also at the back end. And in the middle, the teacher is not as present. The kids are doing most of the work themselves. So what does that mean? At the front end, okay, the teacher is arranging the materials, they're making random pairs, they're demonstrating the activity. If we just go back to the sandwich slide for a moment, please. Yeah, so that's your role as a teacher, right? You're there, you're choosing the materials, you're encouraging the kids to bring the materials from home, you're setting up the pairs using that process as we were discussing. You're for example, writing the kids' names on chits of paper, shuffling them, the kids are drawing 2 chits at a time, and you're demonstrating the activity. You would have seen in those videos, the teachers coming to the front and they're demonstrating the clapping and snapping activity, they're demonstrating with the ice cream sticks and matchsticks. So that's the teacher's role at the front end. Then the middle, which is the bulk of the sandwich, you're there quietly. You're observing. The kids are active, right? They're doing the activities in pairs. They're taking it a step further. They're going from 2 digits to 3 digits. They're making more questions for each other. And then you're there at the back end again, right? You're taking feedback. You're giving some assessments. You're checking the students' learning. You're correcting work after the pair has already corrected each other's work. So you're there again at the back end. But you're there at the front end, you're there at the back end, and in the middle, it's mainly the kids who are working themselves. So that's why we like to use this metaphor of the teacher as a sandwich. What do you think, Sunita? A tasty teacher?
A teacher in the context of, of ALfA. Yeah, it's definitely very edible.
Very edible. So if we look at the next slide to flesh this out in practice, right, we talk about these 7 steps of the ALfA classroom. So we've talked a bit about all these individually, but now if you piece it together, the first step, you're normalizing the class, right? So that means in the traditional classroom, the kids are quite passive. They're not doing much. So there's a new set of rules. There's a new set of norms in the class about how we sit in pairs, how we work together, how we ask each other questions, how we take turns. So all of these things need to be taught. All of these things, we need to develop these skills. Then you're making random pairs. That's the second step. You're giving a demo of the activity. Then this middle part, step 4 and 5, is where the teacher is not so active. The kids are more active. So the whole class is doing the same. They're doing this activity, be it the 1, 2, 3 activity or the word making activity or so many more activities that are there in the book. Then they're going beyond that activity. They're making more questions for each other. For example, we all did that 28 plus 15, right? We'll all do that together. And then the pairs will make more questions for each other, many more questions. Then finally, if we look at step 6, the teacher is taking feedback periodically from the class to check how the class is going, and then, if necessary, reviewing the concept, revising it, right, as necessary. That may also be repairing, right, making fresh pairs. It may be teaching the same concept using a different activity. For example, the clapping and snapping was one way to teach tens and ones. If that was not so effective, maybe we can use the ice cream sticks and matchsticks, right? We can teach the same concept using many different activities. So that's your role as a teacher, to take feedback at the end and see how they're going and respond accordingly. So immediate action on the basis of feedback, as opposed to waiting for the end of year, doing an exam, and by then it's much too late, right? So as a teacher, that's a key part of our role, is taking feedback from the class really quickly.
So Rahul has written, can we get the PPT? Actually, you'll have the video coverage anyway, so you'll be able to revisit it. But if you're joining us as a trainer, then we will be giving you the wherewithal to go train others in the same manner as we're doing today. And we invite you, those who are interested, to sign up for being a trainer. You can do so by emailing us on info@dignityeducation.org. And that's one way you can connect with us. We also have a link for trainers on our website. You can go and select that and sign up as a trainer. We'll also be sending you an email if you wish to be a trainer. The trainers training is on the 13th of May, and that is a Saturday. So next Saturday is the trainers training. That's also a 3.5-hour training, after which there'll be a more horrendous quiz. And there'll be some reading materials and things. And it's going to be a process, but we want you all to become trainers, those who wish to be. And this is pro bono. So basically helping, like we are doing, to help others come on board on ALfA and to replicate this experience in your own countries, in your own languages.
So I think we're almost out of time, so it's time to just flick forward a couple of slides to the slide of the teacher as a galvanizer, right? Because we've been talking about this, but now it's time to really, I think we've got all the pieces of the puzzle together. We can understand what this actually means as the teacher as a galvanizer. So what is your role as a teacher in the ALfA class? Sunita, would you like to explain? You came up with this word, galvanizer, bit of a fancy word, but what does it mean? What is the role of the teacher in the ALfA classroom?
Right. So basically, you don't want teacher to be overwhelmingly present in the classroom. As you can see in this classroom on the screen, the teacher is quietly observing. The kids are busy, and she may not even stand up. She can sit down. We don't have tables in the center. The teachers have the tables at the side, because that's when they can work on their laptop or computer, or even on their own. They can create questions, they can observe, they can get up and once in a while take a picture and a video. They can think of the next things the children need to bring from home to the school or collect on the way. Things like that the teacher needs to do. So the teacher is not sitting around doing nothing. She's active in her mind, but she's not active on the floor.
Right, absolutely. So as we see there on the slide, the teacher is pairing up the kids, demonstrating how to take turns, demonstrating how to work with each other. They're there to prepare the environment, both the physical environment. We had a question earlier about that. So preparing the physical environment to be good for working with pairs, and also the social and emotional environment. They're there to remind kids ahead of time what materials they need to bring, and they're there to oversee the process, but to give a lot of freedom to the kids, as the kids are really leading the process. They're charging the process.
Right. And the other thing is, of course, motivation.
Right.
Very, very important. And the idea to not praise, because praise means it goes to the head, and you can only praise some children, while you can encourage every single child. So we also do, as part of training, the idea of learning how to appreciate and encourage rather than praise or reprimand. And that means that you're building intrinsic motivation in the children, and that's really important.
I see some people in the chat are enjoying this word galvanizer. Rushida said, I would love to see myself as a galvanizer. Fantastic, Rushida. And Rahul said, we can say that the teacher works like a catalyst. That's also a really nice word, catalyst. So a catalyst in chemistry or in biology is something, it lowers the activation energy, technically. So it makes a chemical reaction more possible, right? It facilitates, it not quite facilitates, it catalyzes. It makes it possible, right? It's not doing it itself, but it's making it possible. So that's exactly the role of the teacher. So lots of you have been asking about the quiz. I know you're looking forward to that. So I think it's time for us, just before the quiz, we want to take one final opinion poll from you. We want to ask you, did this online MOOT training work for you? Right? We know many of us are more used to physical trainings. Maybe we're more used to Zoom trainings. This may be a different format of training. So we want to ask you this final audience poll question. Was this an effective form of training for you? And was it as effective as physical training? More effective, less effective? We want to hear your feedback on that. So I'm posting this as an audience poll question. And I want to ask you, Sunita, even as the audience poll is coming up, what do you think are some of the advantages of using this form of online training?
Well, we can't be in 53 countries. Our very first MOOT training took place in March, and we had participants from 53 countries. We can't go there. We can't even go to the nooks and corners from where you are in this very efficient way. It's cost-free, it's environmentally friendly, we're not jetting around the globe. And we're actually probably even more effective, in my view, because you can go visit the classrooms through the videos we've shared with you. So by effectively choosing the kinds of things you need to see, we're making it more effective. The interactive part of it, where we're conversing, it's becoming perhaps for you also very relaxed, and for us also very relaxed, because while the video is going on, we take a little break, right? So it's very human, and but leave that out of it. It's hopefully, and you will let us know, effective. And if it is effective, you have many takeaways that you can take immediately to classroom. It has caught your attention on a number of things. I mean, how many physical trainings lead to so many takeaways, right? So if it has led to takeaways, then obviously it has been effective, and perhaps more effective than a physical training, because that has its own constraints. You would not like it. Then a physical training, we show you loads of videos. Yeah. We won't be able to do so many polls. We won't be able to do so many interactions. We won't be able to hear you every single moment. You can write anytime, anywhere, right? So this, and also comfort of your home, or wherever you are. It allows you more. We don't have to see you, view you on a Zoom in video setting. So there are many advantages in my view, and that's why it was sort of experimental when we started with MOOT in March this year, as the first year of the launch year of the MOOT. And when we did it, we wanted to make it very effective, because we know that that's the only way to get ALfA out there in a big way, um, and for very minor costs. So we were doing it as an experiment, and we found that 99% of the first training attendees said that it was highly effective, and is it 93%? That's a highly effective, and 99% said they had some or more takeaways. So that was really powerful for us.
So let's see your. I think lots of people have voted, so it's time to close the opinion poll. We want to hear your results as to how this training, how this format was for you, whether this was effective for you or not. And we see that 60%, a whopping 60%, said it's more effective than a physical training, which is pretty incredible, right? Because most of the time we think that a physical training is definitely more impactful. But here, 60% of you said that this is actually more effective. 39% said that it's equally effective, and nobody said it's not as effective. So that's incredible.
Be one person
Maybe 1%, 0%.
Yeah, it's sort of averaging as 0%.
So that's incredible. Fantastic. We're glad that you were so engaged with it. I think it's a lot of the credit goes to you for making this training effective, because you've been so interactive via the comments. So
I hope you've also changed your views along the way, because when we were looking at that, your assumption that 25 to 50% of the classrooms, or 75%, or even 75 to 100% are doing paired learning, I hope you have revised your thoughts on that. And maybe you want to mention that in the chat box. And when you were saying that, what was it, that the traditional teaching is, 11% said was highly effective, that needs qualification, because are all our children doing well with traditional learning, or is it just a few? Because obviously some form of training will suit some children, but not that form of training suiting all children. And we are saying accelerating learning for
all. So I want to ask the final question of the day for you then, before we go to the quiz, which is, what's one thing you learned today which will impact your classroom practice? If you're teaching in a classroom, we want to know, obviously a training, it's been fun. I know it's been enjoyable for me, but the main question is it going to change anything? If it's not going to change anything, there's no point to it, really, right? So we want to hear, what's one thing today which you learned, which you'll take away and you want to use in your classroom? And looking forward to your response on that. Even while I'm waiting for that, I see lots of nice comments are coming in, which I want to highlight. Neeraj said, I personally feel this is very effective and informative as well as interactive. Thanks, Neeraj. We also really agree with you. Rushita said, I love the way you people kept us engaged and made learning fun. Thanks, Rushita. Definitely a very effective and economic way of reaching out. Yeah, perfect. Neeraj said it's very interactive and interesting. Prakash also liked this platform. It was a best platform to learn a lot of knowledge about FLN. It's more effective. Continuous watching mobile is a hard word. Rahul, agree with you that maybe it's hard on the eyesight. So that's why we also have an exercise break in the middle. And we encourage you, please do these activities yourself, right? Don't just watch us doing it. If you're doing it yourself, it'll be much more enjoyable. Absolutely. So great, lots of positive comments. So we want to ask you now this specific question of what it is, one takeaway, at least one takeaway you can share with us that that you learned today that you're going to be implementing in your classroom. Rahul said, how to teach FLN in a short time. Great, that's a great takeaway. And I hope you've got more specific takeaways as well along with that. Random pairing, Mupul Melo said, random pairing and activities. Great. So I'm glad that's a really important takeaway, how to make random pairs and some of the activities we did. Lokadia said the use of concrete media. Great, fantastic.
Mike Ijo said, oh, it's gone up.
Okay, lots of comments coming in, so we're struggling to keep up. That's great. Shakra said, learning through activities with collaboration to keep the 8 C's working. Mike said, I learned pairing and applying real-life situation. Thanks, Mike. That's great. Dhanashri liked all the numeracy activities. Great. Rupa said, acting on the mind, not the floor. Okay, great. Random pairing.
The 8 C's was
The
mentioned by
8
Shakra.
C's. Yep. Indra enjoyed the paper activity, 1, 2, 3. Great. That's one of our favorites as well. Sivukule said connection and the environment, the importance of collaboration,
Bular,
the concept of 6 C's,
Moldina
8 C's.
said
Yes.
pairing, active and learner-centered.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. Activity-based learning, paired learning. Great. So it seems like there were a lot of takeaways. That's fantastic. Like we were, as we were requesting you, please do implement this in your classroom. Take videos and share it with us, right? We want to compile more videos, especially if you're in Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Kenya. We want to see your videos as well. We want to incorporate them into the next training too.
Yes, it's lovely to have your videos and put them in our training to show inside your classrooms. We're looking forward to that.
So-
Chukwuka, thank you very much for sending people from your great country, Nigeria, and also Salim for bringing people from Kenya, and the Ministry of Education for bringing people from Zimbabwe, and of course to all of you.
Of course, lots of our Indian colleagues who are also joining us. You are also most welcome. Please send in your videos as well. We want to compile videos from all those different states of the country. I know we've got already Uttar Pradesh, Orissa, several states we've gotten
Jharkhand is
videos
joining,
from,
Haryana is
but we
joining,
want
Madhya
all the
Pradesh,
different states.
Mizoram,
Yeah.
West Bengal has already joined. Yeah, so like that. Yes.
So now I think it's time for the moment you have all been waiting for patiently. So we're posting the quiz link, right? You don't need to go to this immediately. You can go after the training. The quiz link will be active for 24 hours. So, and longer than that actually. So the quiz link is there.
Remember to copy it from here and save it or put it in your browser. Don't just click here, copy it and paste it.
So please take the quiz link. We're posting it now. Take it, go to the quiz when you've got the chance, sometime today, tomorrow, no rush. Please, when you're doing that, fill in your email ID, right? Because we'll be using your email ID to contact you. We'll be sending you the link to these materials. The ALfA materials will also be sending you a certificate when you score 80% or above. So please do fill in your correct email address because that's how we're going to be contacting you. The quiz link is there. I'll ask for that to be pinned as well so that it doesn't fly up. Great. Rita was asking, I could not find the resources in the website. Are there detailed instructions on how to implement each step? Okay, so yes, there are detailed instructions, right? They're there in the prompts at the bottom, right? You can also watch the whole video today. You can watch our previous trainings as well.
Trainings also very good.
Have a lot of detail. In terms of finding the materials, we'll be sharing you a link once you do the quiz. Also, they are there on our website. If you go to dignityeducation.org, you'll be able to see there's a tab for, I think, ALfA and languages, I think it's called. You'll be able to see a lot of different languages available there.
But you'll be getting, through the email, a link to an app. And from that, you can access languages that you want to teach in, download, and you can have them offline and teach from those.
So,
and even print.
So please do the quiz. You'll be able to get the materials through that. Neeraj said, teaching by the available resources at the local level, many TLMs can be developed by the children themselves. This gives an idea for creativity. Takeaway, we can do by ourselves. Absolutely needed. So this is your program, right? It's not just our program, it's your program to implement. We were here using ice cream sticks and matchsticks, but your kids, they'll be creative. They'll bring pebbles, they'll bring leaves. They'll develop more activities themselves. So the ALfA books are a starting point. They're not the finished point. They're just a starting point. There's some prompts, some creative ideas for activities. Your kids will be able to do much, much more with them. Fantastic. So the quiz link is there. I think you can take that. You can start doing the quiz. Sunita, any final concluding remarks you'd like to wrap up this great session?
I think we need to think wild. We need to think different. We need to think disruptive. We need to think transformative. Let's create new possibilities for our children. Save our voice and let them become active and see the wonder happen, because God's creation is awesome. And we just have to give them the agency and the possibility to flourish and to do well in academics and in their life and become lifelong learners who can learn by themselves.
Absolutely. That's really well said. Don't think I have anything to add to that. Just the practical note, we're posting our email, our WhatsApp number in the comments. Please stay in touch. One more reminder to help us out. There's a couple of ways you can do that. One is by sharing your videos with us of classroom implementation. Second is, if ALfA is not yet available in your mother tongue, you could help us by replicating the materials there. Reach out to us. We'll be able to step you through that process. That will be a tremendous service for your country or for your district. We've posted there in the description below. You'll be able to see our WhatsApp number, our email address, our website. It's all there in the description on YouTube below. So please be in touch. We will love to hear from you. The quiz link is there, so go to that. We look forward to sharing the certificates and the materials with you. And I think we're going to wrap up just with a closing video or song, right? So
Thank
it's
you
been
very much, everybody.
so wonderful
Hope to
that
see
you've
you
joined
again.
us. And
Please spread the word.
absolutely. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and be back for the next training as well.
Importance to foundational literacy and numeracy. The classic problem in education has been speed, the speed of learning. Even after 3 years of schooling, most children do not know how to read, write, or do basic numeracy. Without these skills, children lag behind and eventually lose interest. But there is a new disruptive research-based pedagogy that is making a huge difference. ALfA, or Accelerating Learning for All. ALfA has shown it is possible to make children learn foundational skills within months and not years. Oral reading fluency follows from the ability to read in the first place. ALfA pedagogy has been incorporated in the Global Dream Toolkits, an online learning app called Literacy Now. Lessons are broken down into half-page modules. Children work in pairs. The children take turns to ask questions from each other and answer them. The teacher does not teach. Instead, the teacher reads out the prompts which tell the children what their task is.
तो कविता हमने पढ़ाई थी ना, उसी में के क्वेश्चन है इसमें, ठीक? दो लोग बैठे हो, एक जना क्वेश्चन पढ़ेगा और दूसरा उसका क्या देगा? आंसर.
The results from this process-led transformation is that learning explodes. It is also a joyful learning process. Global Dream Toolkits are now available in 15 Indian languages. They can easily be replicated in other languages. ALfA has begun to be implemented in many states and districts of India. We are now working in 2 of the 10 low-performing districts of India as identified by the Ministry of Education. These are Shamli in Uttar Pradesh and Sambalpur in Orissa. The goal is to bring the results in these 2 districts up before the next National Achievement Survey in March 2023. We are taking the challenge up. We have also begun work in Jharkhand and Mizoram, among others. Our target is making the ALfA pedagogy the modus of teaching in the future so that it becomes an integral and systemic part of education by which every child learns.
से 2 अक्षरों वाले शब्द भी नहीं पढ़ पाते थे, कुछ को वर्णमाला का भी ज्ञान नहीं था।
जून की छुट्टियों में और कोरोना काल में जो भी इन्होंने पढ़ा लिखा था सब ये भूल चुके थे।
लेकिन अब 2-4 बच्चों को ही छोड़कर जो डेली नहीं आ रहे सभी बच्चे पढ़ने लगे।
इसके सहयोग से बच्चे पेयर लर्निंग में बहुत बेहतर तरीके से सीख पा रहे हैं। बच्चों का लेवल जो पहले 0 था, मात्र 15 या 20 दिन में बच्चे जो शेष हैं वो भी बहुत अच्छे से सीख पाएंगे।
जो बच्चे किताब नहीं पढ़ पा रहे थे, आज बहुत से बच्चे अखबार पढ़ रहे हैं।
देवी संस्थान के कार्यक्रम जो चलाया जा रहा है, ये FLN प्रशिक्षण वाला, वो काफी सराहनीय है। मैं बेहद खुश हूँ कि हाँ, मेरे बच्चे पढ़ पाते हैं, कक्षा 1, कक्षा 2 सभी बच्चे।
रिजल्ट बहुत ही उत्साहजनक और सकारात्मक है। जैसे कि देखने में आया, अटेंडेंस बच्चों की बढ़ी है।
एक भेड़िया गड्ढे में गिर पड़ा। उसने बहुत कोशिश की पर गड्ढे से बाहर नहीं निकल सका।
पाठ का क्या नाम है? एक दूसरे से प्रश्न पूछोगे?
सूरज में रोशनी कहाँ आती है? सूरज की अपनी रोशनी है, क्योंकि सूरज एक तारा है। की ओर से व्हाइट हाउस, रक्षा विभाग, पेंटागन और विदेश मंत्रालय ने अलग अलग बयान जारी कर अपना
चलो बनवाओ संख्या कोई साथी से।
4405।
शाबाश। चलो बेटा साथी को सवाल बोलो कोई।
7050।
7050।
2163।
2163 घटाओ इसको। सही क्या बेटा? इसने घटा करके क्या संख्या आई है?
4887।
वेरी गुड, बहुत अच्छा।
105 की 6 में गुना करो।
वेरी गुड। एक लिखो स्कूल और एक बच्चा लिखो जगतपुर। शाबाश। घड़ी में टाइम बनाना है क्या बेटा? घड़ी में टाइम देख के बता दोगे अब? 5:45 बनाओ। शाबाश शाबाश, बहुत अच्छे। 10:05। सही बनाया बेटा इसने? सही बनाया, शाबाश। चलो सामान खरीदो दुकान से।
100 का बुलेट बम दो, 10 के बेटी बम, 10 के आलू बम, 5 के काजू दे दो।
कितने हुए?
125 जी।
ठीक है। चलो बेटा इनसे कोई आकृति बनवाओ।
आयताकार।
शाबाश।
हमें ऐसे प्रयासों की जरूरत है जो फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी को न केवल प्री पैंडेमिक की स्थिति में बल्कि उससे कहीं ऊपर हमें पहुंचा सके। इस दिशा में मैं सुनीता गांधी जी को उनके कंसेप्ट और प्रोग्राम एक्सेलरेटिंग लर्निंग फॉर ऑल अथवा ALfA के लिए बधाई देना चाहूंगा, जो आप देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में संचालित कर रही हैं। साथियों, इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से लोगों को 90 डेज में लिटरेट बनाया जा सकता है। मैं आशा करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में बड़ी संख्या में लोग इससे जुड़ेंगे और इसे सपोर्ट करने के लिए आगे आएंगे।
आज मुझे ये किताब बहुत अच्छी लगी। मैं इसको पढ़ के आगे बढ़ना चाहती हूँ, इसलिए क्योंकि इसमें अच्छे अच्छे पाठ है। गणित में तो हमें पता ही नहीं लगा कि कब पढ़ाई हो गई। बहुत अच्छी पढ़ाई हुई है और खेल भी हुआ है। इस किताब को पढ़िए और जल्दी आगे बढ़िए।
तो बच्चों, अभी आपने जो गणित की संख्याएं सीखी, जोड़ना सीखा, ये सारी चीजें जो आपने सीखी हैं, इसको कहते हैं अल्फा टेक्निक। तो क्या आपको अल्फा टेक्निक से गणित को सीखने में मजा आया? अच्छा लगा सबको?
Delhi, despite COVID-19, the number of peeps, China, Ravidas Jayanti turns into political. 20 years old, need new digital law. Chandrasekhar.
हमें लगता है कि भारत और पूरा विश्व जो है वो लिटरेट हो सकता है, बहुत ही जल्दी हो सकता है। यूनिसेफ ने एस्टिमेट किया है कि बिफोर द कोविड 52% बच्चे पूरे वर्ल्ड में पढ़ नहीं पाते थे। ये 70 साल की प्रॉब्लम है, आज की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। और कोविड के बाद सिचुएशन बहुत गुना खराब हो गई। एक नन्हे मुन्ने बच्चे आपके सामने जो खड़े हैं, तो ये कैसे संभव है? 5 साल के बच्चे, 6 साल के बच्चे, 7 साल के बच्चे बात नहीं नहीं पढ़ पाते हैं, वर्ड्स पढ़ रहे होते हैं।
I am going to read the Hindu newspaper.
और आज के डेट में सिचुएशन इतनी खराब है कि बच्चे क्लास 4 या 5 में बैठे हैं, वो नहीं पढ़ पा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर जो बीच में खड़े बच्चे या यूकेजी के बच्चे हैं, और आज ही आपको पढ़ते दिखा रहे जो अखबार ये हाथ में पकड़े हैं, ये लखनऊ के पेपर्स नहीं है, ये आपके दिल्ली के पेपर्स हैं।
A year seal it for India. Interest rates are unlikely to go any lower. Signals RBI, Mumbai. South Asia first PSL3 mobile lab set up in Maha. Terrible mystery. Experts do not rule out the possibility of experimental underground.
खुद आके इनसे कहेंगे मुझे ये पढ़ के सुनाइए, तो वो पढ़ के इन्हें सुना देंगे। ये बच्चे आपके सामने क्लास 2 से नीचे के बच्चे हैं और भूले नहीं, बल्कि बहुत सारी चीजें उन्होंने सीख ली। मात्र 3 महीने में उन्होंने पढ़ना, दोनों भाषाओं पढ़ना और गणित एक क्लास आगे, ये पूरा उन्होंने 30 आवर्स में कर लिया।
From all over India are and Madam Vina Delhi fair Delhi Carnival Delhi called Delhi world most polluted capital rank 4th among cities. दिल्ली में 10 साल बाद फिर एक ही नगर निगम होगा।